plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides. In case of emergency, this is the plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides.
Mga tukutin ba yun? Kong, Kong. Kong. Paulo? The session is called to order. Everyone or everybody is requested to rise for the singing of our national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupit, di ka masisingil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong baka, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdidinig. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilig. Lupa ng araw ng walang pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga atin, at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please remain standing for a minute of silent prayer. Magandang hapon, may hapon. Good afternoon, my esteemed colleagues. The Secretary General is directed to call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adjong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Pigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, O Angelica Natasha, O Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Collantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Dohali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Orturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garjola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Gintu, Gullas, Gutierrez, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lasatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Lim Kai Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Waminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbaon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suansing Horacio, Suansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watko, Tariela, Chodoro, Teves, Chanco, Cheng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendel, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Uy, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 196 members responded to the call.
Maraming salamat, Secretary General. With 196 members responding to the call, the Chair declares presence of quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we acknowledge the guests of Deputy Majority Leader Jose Bong Teves, Congressman Maria Jamina Catherine Agarao, and Congressman Loreto S. Amante, namely Councilor Hans Christian Rondilla of Louisiana, Laguna, Councilor Janice Angela Iliagan Rondilla of Alaminos, Laguna, SK President Duke Ezekiel Koala, and Barangay Captain Ulysses Reliama.
To our esteemed guests, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
I also move, Mr. Speaker, that we acknowledge more guests of Deputy Majority Leader Teves, Congressman Agarao, and Congressman Amante. We have Vice Mayor Carla Valderrama, Councilor Joseph Masakupan, and ABC President Janet Jimenan Hain. And we have the officers of Siniluan Laguna Association of Barangay Kagawad, President Arnold Cajano, Vice President Romeo Acero, Secretary Maria Horama de Asis, Treasurer Jasmine Katangi, Auditor Lilibeth Mena, PRO Jason Perez, Director Norina Cajano, Director Pablo Doler, Director Jerry Vale Gamara, Director Mark Brian Castro, Director Alimodin Gamama, Director Noel Serrano, Director Mary Jean Romero, Director Florentina Kalingacion, Director Amberly Opinion, Director Gina Camantigue, and Director RJ Bueno.
To the guests of Congresspersons Agarao and Amante, on behalf of Speaker Martin Romualdez, welcome to the House of Representatives. Good afternoon. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we also like to acknowledge the guest of Representative Jude Asidre of the Tingog Party List. They are Honorable Dennis L.C., Honorable Jade Agulio, Honorable Miguel George Tan, Honorable Jojo Chiquilo, Honorable Jimmy Camposano, Honorable Myra Solis, Honorable Chito Kayako, Honorable Protasio Brazil, Honorable Vincent Tacoy, Honorable Armando Isidro, Honorable Imelda Fadul, Honorable Rosario Catudio, Honorable Elpidio Cabal, Honorable Mario Bague, Honorable Josephine C. Tiu, Honorable Sergio I. Sabala, Honorable James Bohol, and Honorable Federico H. Carolino, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. To the guests of the Deputy Majority Leader, Tingog Party List, Congressman Jude Verke Asidre, welcome to the House of Representatives. Maayong hapon, kanitanan. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the deferment of the approval of the journals of the previous session.
There's a motion for deferment of the approval of. Any objection? Chair hears none. Such motion is approved. Majority Leader, proceed, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
Is there an objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the bills, resolutions on the first reading, as well as the communications committee reports for referral for the appropriate committees.
Reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill 9937, further amending Presidential Decree Number 1606 by Representative Chan.
Committee on Justice. Secretary General.
House Bill number 9938, further amending Presidential Decree number 1606 by Representative Campos.
To the Committee on Justice.
Communications. Various letters and reports submitted by local government chief executives and officials regarding their fund utilization and status of program project implementation of the Local Government Support Fund.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated January 12, 2024 of the OPA-PRU Secretary, Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, informing the House of Representatives that OPA-PRU's financial report for the month of December 2023 was submitted to the Unified Reporting System and posted on their official website.
To the Committee on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity.
Letter dated January 18, 2024 of the Director for and Scientist for DOST Food and Nutrition Research Institute, furnishing the House with a copy of their 2022 annual report on digitized format.
To the Committee on Science and Technology.
Letter dated January 18, 2024 of the NIA Acting Administrator, submitting to the House a copy of their fourth quarter report of the NIA CARP irrigation component for calendar year 2023.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated January 24, 2024 of the Veterans Memorial Medical Center Acting Director, submitting to the House a copy of the report of the actual income collection and utilization as of December 31st, 2023.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letters dated January 26 and 29, 2024 of the DOTR OIC Undersecretary for Administration and Finance, transmitting to the House certain financial reports for the month of December 2023.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Memorandum dated January 29, 2024 of the PIDEA Director General, submitting to the House a copy of their operational accomplishment and assessment report for December 2023.
To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
Letter dated January 29, 2024 of the Acting General Manager, DA, Philippine Fisheries Development Authority, informing the House that certain reports as of December 31st, 2023 were posted on their website.
To the Committee on Appropriations. Majority Leader, please. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Carlito Lito Marquez of the 1st District of Aklan, namely the newly elected officers of the Filipino Inventors Federation, Inc., Fill-In Fed, namely Virgilio Sangutan, Arquilio Melano, Gonzalo June Catan, Rokina Melano, Josephine Ambawas, Fernando Bactong, Mario Bangasan, Samuel Abrenilla, Dr. Ria Liza Canlas, Luther Zarate, Dolores Cynthia Zarate, Magdalena Delibo, Marichu Chan, Angie Encillo, Agnes Carr, and Leonardo Canlas.
Thank you. To the guests of, from the 1st District of Aklan, Congressman Engineer Carlito Lito S. Marquez, welcome to the House of Representatives. Good afternoon. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I humbly request that we acknowledge the presence of the guests of the Representative Erwin C. Tieng of the 5th District of the City of Manila, namely Chairman Gandelbert De Chavez, Chairman Joy De La Rosa, Chairman Marvin Paming, Chairman Eduardo Dungao Jr., Chairman R.J. De Guzman, Chairman Adrian Obilio Huerta, Chairman Ian Orendian, Chairman Carmelita Duanan, Chairman Juan de Lima Luarca, and Chairman Marilu Roy Basas.
Thank you. To the guests of the 5th District, Manila, Congressperson Erwin C. Tieng, to the Punong Barangays of 5th District, on behalf of Speaker Martin Romualdez, welcome to the House of Representatives. Good afternoon. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Representative Maximo Y. Dalog Jr. of the Lone District of Mountain Province, the indigenous people of the municipality of Paracelis, Mountain Province, Sangguniang Member Alfredo Asud Jr., Sangguniang Bayan Member Belio Bangot, IPMR Morris Chatoy, IPMR Mario Lunday, IPMR Nelson Balongay, Mr. Gregorio Dangalan, Mr. Gabriel Lucas, Mr. Eugene Asingal, Ms. Nympha Maslang, Ms. Viola Layansa, Mr. Cipriano Yucadi, Mr. Florencio Balogang, and Mr. Simon Nabunat.
To the guests of the Lone District of Mountain Province of Representative Maximo Y. Dalog Jr. On behalf of Speaker Martin Romualdez, welcome to the House of Representatives. Good afternoon. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Continuation of debate.
Meron tayong yung EOI 64 in case kailangan yung public survey, sir. Yung public survey.
Session resumed. Before we proceed, may I request silence in this chamber. Silence. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 9876 under Committee Report number 951 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measure.
Secretary General is directed to read as stated.
House Bill number 987, an act governing civil liability and compensation claims for nuclear damage, repealing for the purpose certain sections of Republic Act number 5207, otherwise known as the Atomic Energy Regulatory and Liability Act of 1968 as amended.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary status of said House Bill is that we are under the period of sponsorship and debate, and I would like to I move that we recognize Honorable Marco Huangco, the chairperson of the Special Committee on Nuclear Energy, to sponsor the House measure.
Congressman Marco Cuanco, Chairman, please proceed, sir.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to answer questions.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that to recognize Representative Edsel Silagman from the 1st District of Albay for his interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman of 1st District of Albay, Congressman Edsel Lagman, you're recognized, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the distinguished sponsor yield to some questions?
Definitely, Mr. Speaker, provided that the questions are related to the bill.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, under Section 3A, it reads that the authority means the Philippine Atomic Energy Regulatory Authority, or PhilRACOM. This is under the definition of terms. May we know, Mr. Speaker, whether the PhilRACOM has been officially created and is operational?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, this House passed the bill creating the PhilAtom on third reading. The bill is currently in the Senate, and so the short answer to my colleague, my distinguished colleague, is that no, it is not yet created. However, we do have a regulator today. The PNRI is the regulator today, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Then why are we defining the authority, the PhilRACOM,
PhilAtom, because the House has already decided on the PhilAtom, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
No, because it cannot be, Mr. Speaker, because the PhilAtom is not yet created. It is not operational. How can it be a regulatory agency under this bill? We are putting the cart before the horse. In the event that the bill is not passed in the Senate, what will happen to this measure which defines the PhilAtom as the regulatory authority? I think this should be changed to the present regulatory authority and or its statutory successor to make it clear during the period of amendment.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I would entertain such an amendment.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Can the sponsor give us a complete listing of all nuclear accidents or disasters since nuclear energy has been a source of power or electricity?
Mr. Speaker, there are 3 known incidents of consequence. There is the 3 Mile Island at Pennsylvania, where there was a meltdown. There was the Chernobyl incident in then Soviet Union of a nuclear reactor that was illegal in the West because it did not have containment, which is mandatory for Western nuclear power plants. And there was the triple meltdown at Fukushima Daiichi, which was caused by an outside design basis incident when a record 9 earthquake and subsequent 15-meter tsunami overran the plant, and all the backup power sources, power lines that fed the plant. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Aside from these 3, are there any other recorded? nuclear
There are
incidents.
some, but they are not radiologically consequential, so I have not mentioned them.
But,
There were some that were happened near the post-World War II era, the era of the Cold War, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I don't think they are relevant to us today.
Well, if there are nuclear incidents or accidents, they can always be relevant because we are now passing a bill on the liability of operators with respect to nuclear accidents or incidents. Can we have a glimpse of what are these other incidents, Mr. Speaker?
Well, there was the incident at the Windscale in the United Kingdom, but that cannot be considered commercial nuclear power, Mr. Speaker, because Windscale was a double-purpose plant that was making material for weapons, and we are not considering any weapons facilities. It is against our Constitution, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
What else may we know, Mr. Speaker?
I have not prepared that, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Maybe the distinguished gentleman, interpellator, has a list in front of him. If he would just like to read it, I am aware of most of them, and I could expound on any particular question that the gentleman may have about whatever is listed, Mr. Speaker.
I am asking the questions, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to have the answers.
I have given my
This
answer, Mr.
distinguished
Speaker.
gentleman is not ready with his other answers. Then we can wait for the submission of such listing. Are these incidents, accidents, or disasters fortuitous and/or due to human error?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, in the first place, we are only discussing civil, commercial nuclear power. A lot of these early reactors were dual purpose or bespoke weapons material producing reactors. And so incidents at them are not really relevant to this discussion, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
When we talk of liability, then we should know what caused the liability. Was the damage due to a fortuitous event, which could be pardonable, or was it due to human error? So this question is very relevant, and I hope the distinguished gentleman will not be evasive.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, when we talk about weapons programs, they are completely irrelevant to the bill. They are not subject to liability. They are government actions, in most cases, wartime action. So it does not apply to commercial nuclear power, the peaceful use of nuclear energy, the generation of electricity. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
I am not asking about this nuclear power, because he was the distinguished gentleman was the one who introduced this. I was asking for the commercial operation of nuclear powers, which resulted to incidents or disasters. He mentioned at least 3. May we know whether in the 3 incidents he mentioned, these were fortuitous or due to human error?
The 3 Mile Island event was due to human error, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. In that event, Not a single person was hurt, and not a single person lost his life. Property was not damaged. In the second event, an illegal experiment in the Soviet Union, a closed society which did not participate at that time with the rules of commercial nuclear power. 34 first responders died, including a helicopter crew, because the helicopter collided with a crane, the boom of a crane, really nothing to do with radiation. Less than 50 people since 1986 until today were casualties of Chernobyl. The predictions of apocalypse never materialized. And in the triple meltdown at Fukushima, it was a beyond design basis event. There were no errors, but they lost all their cooling capacity. It resulted in a triple meltdown, the worst that could possibly happen. And yet, there were 0 injuries due to radiation and 0 mortality due to radiation. And so, the event at Fukushima, although on the surface might seem like a good reason not to do nuclear, is actually a good proof of how safe nuclear power is. The radiation today in the area remains lower than the natural background radiation in Seattle or in Denver, Colorado, because the rocks in the United States contain much more natural radioactive substances than the rocks found in Fukushima. The hottest hotspots in near Daiichi, Fukushima Daiichi nuclear plant, are 8 times less radioactive than Guarapari Beach, a tourist area in Brazil, because the mountain behind Guarapari Beach is made of monazite, which contains the element thorium, which has a half-life of 14 billion years. And so it is really a non-event, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
To make a long story short, Mr. Speaker, can the distinguished sponsor answer my question? Were this caused by fortuitous events or by human error?
The Daiichi event was caused by the Tohoku earthquake and subsequent tsunami. So it was not human error, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
In a case where the cause is fortuitous, not human error, what would be the liability of the operator under the bill in consideration?
Under the bill under consideration, whether it is caused by nature or caused by human error, the operator is liable. There is no need for a court case to prove liability. Automatically, because of this bill, the operator is deemed liable. This enables him to draw on his insurance cover to the tune of 350 million SDRs or 450 million US dollar equivalent, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
It is the impression given by the sponsor that under this bill, the liability of the operator will not pass through a judicial process. It is presumed conclusively that the operator is liable?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
I think there must be some questions here on due process, which we believe must be studied very well. Because liability is only ascribed not by operation of law, but through a judicial process.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, under the principles of absolute liability under international nuclear law, this is standard practice. In fact, there is no need to prove liability. In fact, we are signatories to the CSC, the Convention on Supplementary Compensation. We are also signatories to the 1963 Vienna Convention. It is defined that the operator is liable if the incident occurs in such a nuclear installation. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Well, that can be challenged because, to my mind, that conclusive presumption of liability is offensive to due process. Now, my next question, Mr. Speaker, is kindly enumerate the various power-generating systems or facilities.
Again, Mr. Speaker.
Please enumerate the various power or electricity generating systems.
There are numerous ones, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, but the most mainstream ones are light water reactors, followed by heavy water reactors. On the light water reactor side, there are two types: the pressurized water reactor, which we have in Bataan, and the boiling water reactor, which was the same kind of reactor which was at Fukushima Daiichi. The Canadians have developed a unique...
just enumerate to us, what is coal?
What is?
Coal generated.
I don't understand the question, Mr.
Coal generating. Coal.
Just enumerate to us the various power generating systems. One is
nuclear,
hydroelectric. Is it not?
So there is coal power generation.
Yes, coal
There
power.
is gas.
Gas.
We are running out of gas, so it will soon be imported LNG, liquefied natural gas. There is geothermal. There is solar, wind. There is wave energy. There is ocean current energy. There is hydroelectric energy, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay.
Biomass, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So we are informed by the distinguished sponsor that the safest is nuclear power after hydroelectric. Is that correct?
Say that again, Mr. Speaker.
Which among these power generating systems
Is the
would
safest?
be the safest?
Nuclear power, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Nuclear power.
Yes.
Now, are there laws on liability of operators with respect to the other systems or facilities generating power?
Not to
Similar
the
this
extent
bill?
that there is with nuclear power, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
No. Aside from nuclear power, are there other laws on the liability of operators of coal, gas,
I think
hydroelectric?
they fall under general industrial law as to liability. Workman's compensation for injury.
Okay.
I think they fall under the labor laws.
Okay. So there is no specific legislation with respect to the liability of operators with respect to other systems other than nuclear facility.
Correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Why is this so, Mr. Speaker, when nuclear facility is supposed to be the safest?
Because, Mr. Speaker, because of the public perception, the nuclear power generating industry was derived from the weapons making industry. It did not have to be that way, but because of consequences, political consequences in the world, World War II came and it became that way. I would venture to say that had it been the reverse, had it been that nuclear energy was developed before nuclear weapons, we would not have all these special concerns and laws. Secondly, there is also the dual-use nature of fission and uranium, plutonium, which can be used for evil purposes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, to make war. And that's why the Philippines is in a unique situation where we have banned this kind of activity in our Constitution. It is not banned in the Constitution of other countries that use nuclear power. So we are well protected against that, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Well, considering that there are no similar laws on the liability of operators of the other system, this bill sends the message that nuclear power is fraught with dangers. That is why we are having this bill on the liability of operators, where there are no similar bills or laws with respect to other operators.
I disagree, Mr. Speaker.
Well, you can disagree or not disagree, but that is the message being sent. Because there are no similar laws. Can we just complete this question? Because there are no similar laws pertaining to coal, gas, hydroelectric, and other sources of energy. Now let me go to my next question.
But there ought to have been, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
There ought to have been, but there are none.
Can you imagine the incident at Bhopal, India, when the Union Carbide chemical plant exploded and killed a few thousand people? And the Bangkuo Dam in China failed and killed a few 100,000 people, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Airlines crash and kill hundreds of people every year, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. At least nuclear covers all possible eventualities, including liability. Isn't that a good thing, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor?
Well, the bottom line is that there are no laws or legislation with respect to the liability of the operators of the other sources of power or electricity. Now let me go to my last question. When was the latest scientific and empirical study on the safety of the Bataan nuclear power plant if it is rehabilitated?
Mr. Speaker, that is a issue which is alive today because the KHNP, the Korea Hydro and Nuclear Power Corporation, which is owned by the Korean government, made a study in 2009 that it would cost $1 billion. They made another study in 2017 and said it would cost $1.17 billion. And now they made another study that said it would cost $2.2 billion. And I said that was not realistic, that it could jump from 1.17 to 2.2 in a matter of 5 years. And so the Koreans said, we will do a free feasibility study worth around $4 million US. No strings attached. We will, even if the study findings is good, if your government doesn't want to proceed, you can walk away. There's no liability. This agreement has been on the desk of the DOE for over 6 months. It was recommended to be entered into by the NEPIAC, of which the DOE is chairman, the Nuclear Energy Program Interagency Committee. And lately, it was supposed to be signed this January. The reasoning of DOE, they sent it to the office of the ES. The letter cannot be found. ES says they sent it to the office of Secretary Ralph Recto at the DOF. It is not there. They said they sent it back to the ES, and the ES said they sent it back to the DOE. In other words, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the DOE is slow-walking this nuclear issue into irrelevance. So, for me, that is malintentioned, and we should know what is happening to this very, very attractive for us offer, so that we could determine once and for all if the Bataan plant, the Philippine Nuclear Power Plant number 1, is worth to commission. Will the price of electricity it produces be cheap enough to really make an impact on the price of electricity for our end users? I mentioned in my sponsorship speech that Meralco just recently conducted a auction for the next 15 years, 3,000 megawatts of coal power, existing coal plants. What was the price of the winners? The winners were San Miguel, Aboitiz, and a third company, I cannot remember the name. 7 pesos, around 7 pesos per kilowatt hour generation charge. Subject to the price of coal, of course. If it were PNPP using the high number of $2.2 billion capital cost to get it commissioned, with a 20-year payback, including the profits allowed by ERC, the price would be less than 3 pesos and 50 centavos per kilowatt hour, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Whether it's safe, you only need to look at the United States. The precedent is Watts Bar 2, which was initiated 6 years prior to our PNPP 1. In the early 70s, it was left uncompleted, only 60% complete, mothballed for decades. They decided to complete it in around 2009. In 2016, it became the United States' newest nuclear power plant at the time. And there are others. There is Palisades nuclear plant, a 53-year-old nuclear plant that had already run, so it's kind of worn out. They are now looking to extend it to 80 years. The Oconee nuclear plant, there are 3 plants in that nuclear generating station. They are also intending to extend it to 80 years. Ganon din po ang Cory 2 sa Korea, nakambal ng ating BNPP, ganun din po ang KRSKO sa Slovenia, nakakambal din ng ating PNPP-1. So this is the proof that the PNPP, if commissioned, is a safe plant, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
There's a 2017 pre-feasibility study.
Mr. Speaker, I regret that the long winding answer of the sponsor did not respond to my question on the latest empirical and scientific study on the safety of the Bataan nuclear power plant if ever it is rehabilitated.
The most recent.
Mr. Speaker, my position is that the Bataan nuclear power plant, the monster of Morong, must be mothballed for eternity. It must not be rehabilitated. It must remain a relic of the past, of corruption and profligacy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, the recent events at COP28, where 26 countries declared that net zero by 2050 is impossible without some nuclear. The declaration that they will work, these are big countries, for a tripling of world nuclear capacity by 2050. The declaration that they will raise $9.2 trillion in cheap financing for nuclear new build says that the decision of then Marcos Sr. to do nuclear to address the 1973 oil crisis, which made our gasoline line so long and skyrocketed our electricity prices and made our electricity so unreliable, was correct. PNPP was correct. PNPP mothballing was the biggest mistake that we as Filipinos did in 1986. We are now 55% coal and 20% gas, 75% fossil fuels, which will soon be all imported. Even the Malampaya gas is almost exhausted. That will become imported LNG. That is what has kept our economy stagnant. The high price of electricity has impoverished us and paralyzed us. We need to emancipate our people from the yoke of high electricity prices. We need to make our country attractive to foreign investment by cheap electricity so that we can create the millions of jobs we need to bring our people out of poverty. Yun po ang totoo, yun po ang tama. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Mark Cojuangco. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Arlene Brosas of Party List Gabriela for her interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Congressperson Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List. Congressperson Brosas, please proceed, ma'am. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my motion to recognize Representative Arlene Brosas. And may I move that we recognize Representative Maria Angela S. Garcia instead from the 3rd District of Bataan for her interpellations.
Please proceed, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. With the distinguished sponsor yield to some clarifications and questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, so long as the questions are related to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the sponsorship speech of the distinguished sponsor, he mentioned that in the interpellation with Representative Lagman, he mentioned that the 2023 UN Climate Change Conference, COP28 in Dubai, there were 26 major and minor countries that have pledged to triple world nuclear power by 2050 as an economic solution to climate change. Would the sponsor confirm this?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. In that event, there were 6 major countries, 6 mover countries, and 18 supporting countries. But now there are more supporting countries, so total is 26, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I ask, how many countries are parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change?
I don't know, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker.
It's not part of the bill, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, we are talking about something that the sponsor mentioned in his sponsorship speech and in his reply in the interpellation of the previous Representative Edsel Lagman.
What I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, is what I knew because I witnessed it firsthand. I am not an expert on COP28, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, so I'm sure the distinguished lady knows more about COP28 than I do. I would like to stick to answering questions about the bill, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am not sure, but based on what I have read, Mr. Speaker, there are 199 countries who are parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. If the sponsor is not refuting this, the pledge then that the sponsor mentioned is that 22 or 26 out of the 199 countries who are parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change signed that pledge to triple the global nuclear energy capacity by 2020, capacity of 2020 by 2050. So I'm just curious, Mr. Speaker, would majority of these countries have something in common?
May I know what my distinguished colleague means?
The 22 or 26 countries that signed the pledge that you mentioned, is there anything common among these countries?
Well, they are all leaders. The first 6 mover countries, you have Sweden, a very known environment-loving country. You have the UK, a mover in environment. You have France, you have the USA, you have Korea, and you have the UAE. You have Japan supporting, not a main mover, but supporting. You have Finland, which has the only Greenpeace to be pro-nuclear now, a big conversion. You have the Netherlands, which is also a environment-loving country. So these are the heavyweights of the environment-loving countries of the world, Mr. Speaker. I know you're trying to point out that there are many more other countries but the movers and shakers who have been in the closet, so to speak, about nuclear for decades are now coming out of the closet because they realize that all this effort to combat global warming and climate change will fail without nuclear, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, also, Mr. Sponsor, most of these countries are already operating nuclear power plants. Is this correct, Mr. Sponsor?
I have not checked all. Some of them don't have nuclear plants, but they want to operate nuclear plants. I think some of the African countries listed among the 26 want to operate nuclear power plants, but they are not yet operating nuclear plants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on what I have read, of the 22 countries that have signed, I'm not familiar with the additional 4. I think 20 countries are already operating nuclear power plants. Mr. Speaker, would the sponsor confirm or deny if there were other declarations and pledges signed related to energy in COP28?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, there were pledges about wind and solar and other forms of energy. I think they also pledged to triple the supply. So at least now, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, there's a competition. So we can see who will be the cheapest, who will be the most effective, who will provide the most reliable electricity, because now nuclear is on the table, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, this is to confirm that 124 countries signed the Global Renewables and Energy Efficiency Pledge to triple the world's installed renewable energy generation capacity. Mr. Speaker, would the sponsor confirm or deny if in this pledge, in this declaration, nuclear energy was included in the declaration?
I am unaware, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. However, I want to add context to my distinguished colleague's question. You have to talk about capacity factor. Mr. Speaker, example, solar has a capacity factor of 20%. Nuclear has a capacity factor above 92%. And so when you compare at face value, you need 4.5 times as much solar to have the equivalent capacity of nuclear, but you still do not solve the intermittency problem, because after 6 p.m., you get 0 from your solar, but you still get the 92% from your nuclear. So it is easy to simplify the comments like that, but it's very, very, very misleading, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, I am just stating facts that the sponsored said 22 or 26 signed the pledge to triple nuclear energy. I am stating a fact that 124 countries signed the Global Renewables and Energy Efficiency Pledge. And among the 124 countries, Mr. Speaker, the 22 countries that signed the pledge to triple world nuclear power also signed the pledge to triple the world's installed renewable energy generation. Mr. Speaker, my earlier question was, in this pledge signed by 124 countries, to triple the world's installed renewable energy generation capacity is nuclear energy in this declaration. And I would like to answer to the affirmative, Mr. Speaker. Actually, in the second page, it says, recognizing that particularly in the post-2030 period, an increasingly diversified portfolio of technologies will be market-ready and available at scale to decarbonize the energy sector with a critical role for renewables, energy efficiency, and other zero emissions technology, including nuclear energy for those countries that choose to use it. So all I am saying, Mr. Speaker, which the distinguished sponsor also confirmed, that the answer is not only nuclear energy. The answer is a pool of renewable, nuclear, and other efforts to accelerate the zero and low emission technologies. Mr. Speaker, may I ask the distinguished sponsor, bakit po kailangan ipasa itong Philippine Nuclear Liability Act?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, my distinguished colleague tries to paint me as being selective in my choice of energy. I am not against wind and solar, but I need to point out their deficiencies. Why are we passing this act? Because without this act, we cannot do nuclear. And so one of the most potent choices available to us will be excluded, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Without this act, we will not be recognized by the international community as credible and serious about choosing nuclear as an alternative choice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To quote the sponsorship speech of our distinguished sponsor, he said, Mr. Speaker, we cannot roll out nuclear in the Philippines unless we have a law governing nuclear liability, a law which defines the operator as automatically liable if there is ever a nuclear incident, as unlikely as it may be, a law which sets the minimum amount of insurance cover to 300 million SDRs, or approximately $450 million, with which to pay validated claimants immediately without prolonged litigation processes in the case of emergencies. Does the distinguished sponsor confirm this?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, is this amount of 300 million SDR or $450 million in the perspective of liability insurance, in the perspective of our distinguished sponsor, ito po ba ay konti o maliit, katamtaman, o mataas po ba itong halagang ito?
The only time, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, where the operator has drawn on his insurance was at 3 Mile Island, where the total drawdown was in the mid-$70 million range. So it was far from exhausting the total amount, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So I think the past experience, historical experience, speaks for itself. This amount is written in the CSC, to which we are signatories to since 1997. Pinirmahan po ito noong administrasyon ni dating Pangulong Fidel V. Ramos. And hanggang ngayon po ay hindi pa nararatify ng ating Senado. We are also signatories to the 1963 Vienna Convention, which is ratified, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to answer my question kung bakit po kailangan natin ipasa itong Philippine Nuclear Liability Act, dahil dito sa batas na ito, ni-specify natin isang mataas na halaga according to our distinguished sponsor. And as history has shown, kaya kailangan ito dahil maaring maging catastrophic ang consequence ng nuclear accident. Kaya dapat merong nakalaan na sufficient na pondo para sa mga damages. Mr. Speaker, nakasaad po sa batas na ito ang isang definition on nuclear incident. May I know, Mr. Speaker, if there is a difference between nuclear incident and nuclear accident?
We are talking about the release of radiation. That defines an incident or an accident. So, in both cases, the meaning, or you could interchange. I'm sure there are legal, I'm not a lawyer, I'm sure there are legal bases where you would prefer to use incident over accident or accident over incident. But the basic triggering thing that defines whether one or the other exists is the release of radiation.
Mr. Speaker, base po sa IAEA, meron po silang tinatawag na International Nuclear and Radiological Event Scale. At ang events na ito ay classified on the scale of 7 levels, na kung saan level 0 is below scale, so events of no significance. Levels 1 to 3 are termed incidents. Number 1, pag anomaly. Number 2, kapag incident. Number 3, kapag serious incident. At yung levels 4 to 7 are termed accidents. Number 4, accident with local consequences. Number 5, level 5, accident with wider consequences. Level 6, serious accident. And level 7, major accident. Yung pong tatlong medyo naalala natin na nuclear catastrophes na nangyari historically, yung 3 Mile Island po ay level 5, yung Chernobyl po ay level 7, at yung Fukushima po initially was level 5 but was upgraded to level 7. Mr. Speaker, ito po bang nilagay natin na 300 million SDR, palagay po ba natin, knowing na merong levels 1 to 7, palagay po ba natin ito ay sufficient?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it complies with all conventions, international conventions. And I would like my distinguished colleague to note that although Fukushima had a level 7 incident, not a single person was hurt or died because of radiation. So even that is not a hard and fast, pag 7, libo-libo ang mamamatay. Hindi po ganon ang nangyayari sa nuclear. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sa Section 16 po kasi nakalagay yung operator liability limit. And ang provision po specifically nakalagay, the liability of the operator for any one nuclear incident is limited to an amount in Philippine pesos equivalent to 300 million SDRs. Noong pong natapos mangyari yung Fukushima incident, marami pong mga pag-aaral at pagre-review ng mga existing international conventions. At yung pong just a moment, Mr. Speaker. Yung pong INLEX, which is the International Expert Group on Nuclear Liability, ay bumuo ng mga rekomendasyon. At ang isa po sa rekomendasyon nila, babasahin ko po, ay that the amount of damage caused by the Fukushima Daiichi accident had demonstrated the inadequacy of the minimum amount specified in the conventions in the event of a major nuclear incident. So, the INLEX made a number of recommendations directed at developing a global nuclear liability regime and at increasing the amounts of compensation available at the national level. So, ang question ko lang po dito is yung amount na bakit natin nililimit sa 300 million SDRs when pwede pong mas catastrophic at mas malaki po yung ating pong kakailanganin. And to just reply to the comments of our distinguished sponsor, although there have been no deaths or cases from the Fukushima Daiichi incident, over 100,000 people were evacuated from their homes. And until this date, meron pa pong hindi nakakabalik dahil po dun sa kalagayan ng nangyari sa kanilang tahanan sa kalikasan noong pong nangyari itong Fukushima incident. Mr. Speaker, dito po sa bill, sino po ang responsable para i-report na merong nuclear incident?
It will be the PhilAtom, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. They will use objective, quantitative reports to decide whether there is an incident. We have a guide for them, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I think it's nasa annex. It is included in the annex to the bill. I have here a chart of various evacuation dose criteria of different countries. It ranges from 50 millisieverts all the way to 500 millisieverts.
So, Mr. Speaker,
I'm not finished answering, Mr. Speaker.
ang tanong ko lang po, sino yung responsible, Mr. Speaker?
Yes,
Nasagot na po
I am
na ang
getting
PhilAtom
to
ang
that.
responsible. May I just continue para hindi po
I am
maubos
getting
yung
to
aking
that.
oras?
If you interrupt me, then I lose track of my thought. Then my answer will be jumbled, Mr. Speaker. So, okay, so I've forgotten what your question is. So,
Nasagot na po, Mr. Speaker, PhilAtom po yung sagot ng sponsor. So, just in case lang po, hindi po mapasa yung unang batas natin, ang default po ay sinong ahensya, Mr. Speaker?
PNRI, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ngunit sa aking pong palagay, kung hindi po maipasa yung ating panukala na naipasa natin dito sa Kamara, ay wala pong mag-i-invest sa nuclear power sa Pilipinas.
Mr. Speaker, so dito po sa Section 32, yung dose determination po is identified by the authority. And then kapag meron pong investigation sa nuclear claims, yung authority din po, or yung PNRI as default, will determine if the release of radiation is in excess of those limits, at siya po yung mag-i-investigate of the purported nuclear incident. It will form its opinion and supply evidence based on information doon po sa nuclear claims panel. Mr. Speaker, bakit po kaya natin nilagay yung salitang purported nuclear incident? Are we assuming na false yung mga ihahain na mga claims sa mga nuclear incidents?
Mr. Speaker, kailangan magkaroon muna ng release ng radiation. Ang release naman po ay hindi naman monopoly ng PhilAttom. In fact, sa Japan po ngayon, may open source ng reporting ng radiation sa Fukushima. And it's online. No? It's in real time. It's online. It is anybody can look at the data. So if there's a problem, it can be checked very easily by the authorities, the PhilAttom.
Mr. Speaker, Section 32, those determination by the authority. For the purposes of this act, the authority shall determine if a release of radiation is in excess of the authorized radiation dose limits in the Republic of the Philippines. Section 34, investigation for nuclear claims. With respect to claims brought to the Nuclear Claims Panel, the authority shall A. Investigate the purported nuclear incident. B. Form an opinion on the radiation dose associated with the claims and the potential for such dose limit to cause nuclear damage. And C. Supply evidence-based information on radiation doses that may definitively cause human harm, and such findings and opinions shall be provided to and considered by the Nuclear Claims Panel in its determination. So dito po sa batas, yung authority po ang mag-determine kung merong nuclear incident. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And then, yung claims handling panel, doon po sa Section 33, within 15 days of determination by the authority, a claims handling panel shall be established. Mr. Speaker, yung realidad on the ground, kapag nagkakaroon ng aksidente, kailangan po agad maaksyonan ang mga apektado ng aksidente. Kailangan po ng agarang aksyon. So dito po, paano po ba yung pagdinig kung ito po ay nuclear incident at kung 15 days pa bubuo ng claims handling panel, paano po maaaksyonan yung mga nasaktan, yung nawala ng bahay, yung pong namatay, at iba pa?
Hindi po nakalagay dyan after 15 days. Nakalagay po dyan within 15 days. So, nakalagay po dyan as soon as possible. I think you need to look at what the bill is trying to do. In the first instance, we are already saying that the operator is liable. So there is no need for a court case to determine fault. Automatically, the insurance can release the money to the liable person so that the people who need assistance can be given funds right away. That's the whole point of the bill, to make it expeditious. The settlement of claims will be as expeditious as possible, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Then,
We
Mr. Speaker,
also need to protect against spurious claims, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. That's why we are trying to define it as objectively and as quantitatively as possible.
It's a difference of opinion, Mr. Speaker. Dito po sa interpretasyon po ng inyong lingkod, medyo hindi ganon ka bilis maaaksyonan yung mga aksidente.
The entire rationale, Mr. Speaker, for the CSC and all these international conventions is to expedite settlement of claims, legitimate claims, so that nobody is left without recourse, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. That's the whole intent of this law.
Mr. Speaker, doon po sa unang bill na naipasa on third reading dito po sa House, yung House Bill number 9293, meron pong dinefine na nuclear or radiological emergency. Pareho lang po ba ito ng nuclear incident, Mr. Speaker?
More or less, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Well, if the incident occurred, for example, in a hospital, then it would not be the same. Let's say the cobalt treatment facility, somebody blew it up or something and spread cobalt-60 all over the place, and there's gamma radiation coming out of that place. That is not an incident as far as a nuclear plant is concerned, but it is an incident that PhilAtom will be involved in, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, dun sa unang bill, dun sa Article 5, on emergency preparedness and response, and sa Article 5, yung Emergency Preparedness and Response National Plan for Nuclear or Radiological Emergencies is under NDRRMC and DND. May we ask, Mr. Speaker, dito sa batas na binabasa natin, meron po bang position paper ang NDRRMC at DND?
This concerns liability, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. The emergency response is in the PhilAtom bill, so that PhilAtom would coordinate with these agencies. This is not the subject of this bill, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, kung magkaroon ng isang nuclear incident or accident, kung ang authority yung magdedetermine na merong incident at accident,
PhilAtom, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, authority yung magdedetermine, sino po ang on the ground
The
handle
PhilAtom
ng response?
would create action plans. In fact, that is part of their, what do you call that? When they start, they will organize all the emergency agencies needed for response as part of their mandate. So the response will be by the government emergency agencies, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So ito nga po yung NDRRMC and possibly DND. So usually po sa NDRRMC, alam po nating lahat na yung Disaster Risk Reduction and Management, kaya po ito binuo, ay dapat laging handa para mag-respond agad sa mga insidente o mga aksidente. So dito po, kung magkaroon po ng insidente o aksidente, i-determine ng authority yung na meron pong nuclear incident. Tapos po, sino po ang magsasabi, sino po ang responsible sa pag-determine ng anong rating siya, level 0 ba o level 7? At sino po nagde-determine ng anong klaseng damage to? Similarly po, Mr. Speaker, kung meron pong aksidente na nangyari ngayon, katulad ng isang vehicular accident, meron po tayong mga procedures na ginagawa. So dito po, sino po yung ine-envision sa bill na ito?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the INES system is an IAEA system. It will be the IAEA who will determine what INES level the incident is. So it is not us. The IAEA has the right to inspect the Philippines unannounced, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So they will be on the ground when, if, God forbid, anything happens, they will be on the ground immediately as they have been in every other international incident. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So for example, Mr. Speaker, doon po sa case, kunyari lang nung Fukushima, na kung saan 100,000 ang na-evacuate, lahat po ba sila mag-file ng claim isa-isa? Meron po bang government agency ang magsasabi kung sino ang apektado para yung agarang tulong ay maibigay dun sa mga apektado?
Mr. Speaker, of course, every country has its own systems to react to emergencies. Alam nyo ang malaging nako-conflate doon sa Fukushima is that 20,000 people died by drowning, had nothing to do with the radiation or the nuclear incident. Hindi lang po nalunod, napisa nung nag-collapse yung mga building po nila. Nawasak po ang napakaraming gusali, kalsada, port, and so the unfortunate thing is that the media conflated the nuclear incident with the tsunami and the earthquake incident. Walang namatay, walang nasaktan sa nuclear incident. 20,000 tao halos ang namatay dahil sa Tohoku earthquake and tsunami. Para pong ang nangyayari ngayon, sinisisi yung buong 20,000 tao na namatay doon po sa nuclear. Wala pong kinalaman ang nuclear doon. In fact, ang dami pong ginawa ng kanilang gobyerno na hindi na dapat ginawa. Katulad po ng pagkalkal po ng lupa na linagay sa bag at dinala po kung saan na tinambak. That was totally unnecessary. A lot of the evacuations were totally unnecessary. And so, it is being laid to blame on the nuclear industry when, in fact, it was radiologically so benign to be a radiological non-incident, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, may I ask the distinguished sponsor to please answer my query. My query is, after the authority determines that there is a nuclear incident, how will the claims handling be handled?
Meron po tayong
Individually
sinorm
po ba?
dito.
Pupunta po sila, magfa-file ng claim isa-isa?
I'm sure that the emergency response as organized after the bill we passed, the PhilAtom bill becomes law. They will have their own IRRs, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I cannot preempt them. They are supposed to be an independent agency. So why don't we leave the experts to design according to international best practices? In fact, there's a lot of experience now post-Fukushima. So a lot of practices can be adopted by these agencies. I cannot answer you here. I cannot dictate to PhilAtom what to do. They will come up with the best to do because they are professional, they are experts. And that's the entire point of the PhilAtom bill. We want experts, not politicians in there.
Sige, Mr. Speaker, I will skip on to my next question. In this bill, Mr. Speaker, is there a provision on approved insurer?
The practice abroad is that insurance pools are formed. And because some countries are too small to handle the risk, it is pooled and reinsured. So there are insurance pools around the world that love this kind of business. And the reason they love it so much is because there are hardly any payouts as far as the nuclear industry is concerned, because there are hardly any incidents, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Nuclear is so safe that you keep on collecting the yearly premium. By the way, it's $1 million for 350 million SDRs. So you pay $1 million a year, and you hardly ever pay it out.
Ang ibig sabihin po ba, Mr. Speaker, we will rely on the pool of international insurance companies. Wala pong Philippine agency na mag-a-approve?
Meron po. Ang posible dito, GSIS.
But Mr. Speaker, GSIS already gave their opinion na wala pong kinalaman itong bill sa kanila.
Yes, pero they can enter this business if they want to. So it is not, the bill has nothing to do with the GSIS, but their board might decide that it's good business for them. That it's a good placement for the funds of the government insurance system. I'd like you to read page 11, section 18, type and terms of financial security. The authority shall prescribe by regulation or order the type and terms of required financial security. So, nakikialam po itong bill sa kalidad ng insurance company.
Mr. Speaker, I was going to go to that section also. Is this section on liability limits and financial security under the purview of the authority? Or is this a mandate of another national agency?
Ulitin niyo po ang question, Mr. Speaker, please.
Yung binanggit niyo pong provision on liability, on financial security, na yung authority ang magpre-prescribe nito, ito po ba ay talagang nasa ilalim ng kanilang mandato o meron po bang mas akmang national na ahensya na yun ang mandato?
For insurance, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker? Is it for insurance?
For financial security.
Well,
Kasi yung section po ng binasa nyo, page 11, nakakabasa nyo lang po.
yes.
The authority shall prescribe by regulation or order the type and terms of the required financial security.
Kailangan makita na kayang magbayad.
So, ang tanong ko nga po, ang PhilAtom po ba yung may mandato nito? Or meron po tayong existing national agency na dapat sa kanya po ibigay ang mandatong ito?
The PhilAtom is not restricted in sourcing expertise, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. It may seek and consult with the experts as the case may be. That's why it's nice that they are independent.
Mr. Speaker, nakahingi po ba tayo ng position paper mula sa Philippine Insurance Commission?
No, we have not, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. But they attended. They attended and they had no comment.
Inimbitahan
In
po
fact,
natin sila?
they are happy with this bill.
Yung Philippine Insurance Commission po?
They had no objection to this bill.
Yung Philippine Insurance Commission?
Yes po.
maybe we can ask for the copy of their no objection. Mr. Speaker, doon po sa Section 19, Government Satisfaction of Claims, nakalagay po dito, government shall ensure the payment of claims for compensation which have been established against the operator. Number one, to the extent that the yield of financial security is inadequate to satisfy such claims. Letter B, if the authority has established a lower limit. And letter C, if the government or government agency or instrumentality is the operator. Ibig sabihin po ba nito, Mr. Speaker, aside from yung liability ng operator, meron pong idadagdag o iaambag ang ating gobyerno?
That is a theoretical case, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that has not happened in the entire history of nuclear power. I would say even in Fukushima, where it is the government works was so conflated between the floods and the earthquake damage and radiation. So it cannot be clearly established there. But let me say that in the case of typhoon, earthquake, where natural disasters, where there is no insurance, it is always the government that is the insurer of last resort, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. That has not happened. In the entire history of over 100 nuclear plants in the United States, over 60 years, that has not happened, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. In fact, like I said earlier, in the case of 3 Mile Island, only $70+ million was paid out because the governor ordered an evacuation, which was later on determined to be unnecessary. So, the answer is the government is always the insurer of last resort for anything that happens, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Section 35, Mr. Speaker, compensable claims, medyo hindi ko po naintindihan itong provision na ito at bakit po hinahalintulad natin sa hazards ng paninigarilyo na nakakamatay din po.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, napag-usapan po yan sa committee. And in fact, my distinguished colleague is a member of the committee. Ang nag-explika po nito si Attorney Helen Cook na tumulong sa pag-draft po nito. What is the precise question, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor?
Sa akin po kasi, Mr. Speaker, kapag po pinag-uusapan natin yung provision ng compensable claims, siguro i-enumerate natin kung ano ang mga claims na pwedeng i-compensate. Kaya po, compensable claims.
Kaya po linagay yan, no, yung panininigarilyo, dahil alam po natin na ang panininigarilyo ay sanhi ng pagkaroon ng cancer. And in fact, it is a much more potent carcinogen than low-level radiation, even up to intermediate-level radiation. Radiation is such a poor carcinogen. Now, we want to make sure that the claims are legitimate, that there are no pre-existing conditions that caused damage, that they are blaming on the nuclear incident. And that's why the dose as a criteria is so important, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Doon po sa isang Liability and Compensation Act ng isang bansa, I think this is Canada, doon po sa compensable damage, nilista po nila yung ano-ano ang mga pwedeng i-compensate ng liability insurance na caused by nuclear incident. Kaya ko po ito na-bring up. For example, bodily injury or death and damage to property that are caused by nuclear incident are compensable. Psychological trauma that is suffered by a person is compensable if it results from bodily injury, etc., etc. So yun po yung hinahanap ko dito
Nandiyan
sa provision na ito.
Nasaan na?
Mr. Speaker, Section 36, bago po maubos yung oras ko, prohibition on double compensation. Bakit po tayo naglalagay ng prohibition to double compensation?
To avoid fraud, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Pero Mr. Speaker, ang provision na to reads, a claimant shall not be entitled to compensation under this act if such claimant has already received or will receive adequate compensation pursuant to public health insurance, social insurance, social security, workers' compensation, or occupational disease compensation systems. Ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, paano naging double compensation ito kung ang source of funds ay iba? Maintindihan ko na double compensation kung sa gobyerno natin kukunin na nagtrabaho ako sa isang ahensya, sumweldo ako, nagtrabaho ako sa isang ahensya ng gobyerno pa rin, sumweldo ako, isang source of funds ang nagbayad sa akin, double compensation. Pero dito, merong liability insurance yung operator, posibleng meron akong public health insurance, posibleng meron akong ibang workers' compensation insurance. Paano po ito naging double compensation?
Our bill is in compliant with international convention, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So, why would a person need to be compensated more than once? Could I know the
Mr.
concern?
Speaker, if
Why-
I am qualified to be compensated separately from different sources of compensation, that is not double compensation. And Mr. Speaker, lastly, nababanggit ng ating sponsor etong mga international conventions na sa kanyang sponsorship speech, sinabi niya, signatory na tayo, pero hindi pa po ratified by the Senate.
Except 1963 Vienna. So we are already ratified to that.
Saan lang po tayo hindi, alin lang po yung hindi pa
We are not
ratified?
ratified to the CSC, Convention on Supplementary Compensation for Nuclear Damage, was signed in 1998, March 10. We are also not a signatory to but not yet ratified doon sa Vienna 92. But because of the CSC, we no longer want to join the Vienna 92. Nagkakaroon ng pagsalungat po yan. So we have chosen to join to write the law more in accordance with the CSC, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, assuming it remains unratified, Mr. Speaker, ano po ang impact or consequence nito? And assuming it becomes ratified, ano po ang contractual obligation ng Pilipinas?
Pag member po tayo ng CSC, pag meron pong nangyari dito, magkakaroon po tayo ng bayad galing sa insurance pool sa labas na hawak po ng CSC to the tune of, I think right now it's something like 150 million additional dollars. But it may increase as the membership of the CSC increases. We will pay a premium according to the number of nuclear power plants that we have operating. So magiging part tayo ng isang malaking insurance pool, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, may idea po ba tayo ng magkano o paano kinocompute itong...
May formula po. Sayang po, hindi kayo kasali doon sa talakayan. Napag-usapan po lahat yan sa committee. I cannot memorize every single number and provision. But it was discussed thoroughly in committee, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Siguro, Mr. Speaker, we will request for the minutes that includes that information.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, maybe the best way for my distinguished colleague to comprehend is to view the video of the question and answer with Attorney Helen Cook when all our colleagues asked questions and were answered. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, I reiterate to request the minutes of the meeting indicating the answer to my query.
Noted,
Mr. Speaker, sa section 24, public funds from contracting parties to convention on supplementary compensation, ibig sabihin, since hindi pa po ratified, wala po tong kinalaman pa. Tama po ba yan?
Could you repeat, Mr. Speaker?
Yung section 24, public funds from contracting parties to convention on supplementary compensation, since hindi pa po ratified itong with the Philippines, then this does not apply yet.
The question is asking whether
Section 24 states, public funds from contracting parties to convention on supplementary compensation. So if hindi pa po ratified,
10 linya po yan.
page 13, line 9, section 24.
Okay, public funds from contracting parties to convention.
I think, Mr. Speaker, this refers to the international agreements. So if this is not yet ratified, then hindi pa po siya mag-a-apply sa ating batas? Tama po ba yung intindihan?
Yes, I think you're right, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
So this only applies if if it has been ratified.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
But
section
we are a signatory, so yeah.
signatory but not ratified.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, section 38, page 18, line 8. Recognition of foreign judgment is enforceable.
Page 18,
Yes, Mr. Speaker, line 8.
line 8.
Section 38, recognition of foreign judgments. A judgment which is recognized under the Vienna Convention or the Convention on Supplementary Compensation shall be enforceable.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So
We
if-
are already signatories and ratified to Vienna 63.
So that means any foreign judgments does not need to be further heard in the country. It is automatically enforceable. We cannot appeal if it is not in favor of the Philippines.
which is recognized under the Vienna Convention. There are only a certain number of things recognized under the Vienna Convention. This is not an omnibus thing, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, so sorry, Mr. Speaker, which one is the agreement that is ratified, the Vienna Convention?
The Vienna 1963 Convention, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And then the Convention of Supplementary Compensation is not yet
Is
ratified.
signed but
Yes.
not ratified.
Mr. Speaker, may I know from our distinguished sponsor, earlier you mentioned an international agreement that you said we don't want to sign or ratify. Which one is this again?
The 97 Vienna. If I'm not mistaken, 97. But the later Vienna Convention, we are also signatories to that. And it is also not ratified.
So this under the Vienna Convention provision, which year of an agreement are we talking about that has been signed and ratified?
63.
So it should be indicated in this section. As you have mentioned, there are a lot of
It was
Vienna
signed in
conventions.
1963. It was ratified in 1965.
And there is another 1997 Vienna Convention,
Yes, ma'am.
which we are not signatory.
We are signatories
But
to,
not
but it has
ratified.
not been ratified. Which one is that?
So if there are more than one Vienna Conventions, maybe it would be prudent to specify which Vienna Convention we are referring to.
63 is what we ratified.
Mr. Speaker, those are my queries. I thank the distinguished sponsor for his replies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat. Congressperson from Bataan, Kong Garcia. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other interpellators on House Bill number 9876,
Mr.
I move
Speaker,
that
parliamentary
sponsorship
inquiry.
in debates.
Majority Leader. I recognize Kong Garcia. with
Yes,
your
thank you,
parliamentary
Mr. Speaker.
inquiry. Please proceed.
My inquiry is that yesterday, while I was interpolating, I saw some time left in my during my interpellation. I would like to know the status of my interpellation, Madam Leader and
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr.
One
Speaker.
moment. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, please recognize the Honorable
Kong-
sponsor.
Chair
please.
Kuangko, you
Mr.
are
Speaker,
recognized.
yesterday on the closing of the interpellation yesterday, I made the manifestation that the gentleman's time for questioning had expired. In fact, it was pointed out by the majority leader and was also noticed by the presiding officer yesterday. So I think that the gentleman's time is expired. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, may I avail of the second round of interpellations for this measure?
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the rules, we do not allow the second round for interpellations.
Mr. Speaker, I understand some of the representations or our colleagues would like to yield their time to this representation. May I avail of their time to continue my questioning, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to manifest that I would not be willing to answer questions from Congressman Abet because he has not asked any questions in relation to the bill. In his entire 1 hour of questioning yesterday, there were no questions asked relating to the bill. So I think that the sponsor has given enough time and courtesy to be able to answer all legitimate questions about this bill. And I think that the House has already tolerated the delay enough.
Thank you, Chair Kuangko. Majority Leader, please.
In that
Majority
case,
Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, under the rules, any member who
Will.
decided not to interpolate the sponsor on the subject matter cannot yield their time to the other interpolators who already made their interpolations.
I understand, Mr. Speaker. Can I just make a manifestation, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Sir Abet Garcia for his short manifestation.
Kong Garcia Abet, short manifestation, please.
Thank you. Maraming salamat, Majority Leader and Mr. Speaker. Mga kasama, wag po nating kalimutan ang tunay na rason kung bakit natin pinapasa ang mga panukalang batas na katulad nito. Yan po ay para magkaroon ng mura, malinis, at maaasahang kuryente para sa ating mamamayan at sa ating ekonomiya. Kahapon po, hinamon ng sponsor yung aking data with regards to the electric rates sa Bataan. So ang ginawa ko po, kumuha ako mismo sa aming electric cooperative, which is the Peninsula Electric Cooperative, ng electric rates namin sa lalawigan ng Bataan. At dito po, muli, sinasabi ko na ang aming residential is 9 pesos and 8 centavos. Ang aming commercial is 8 pesos and 80 centavos. Ang aming industrial rates is 7 pesos and 60 centavos. Kung kukumpara po ninyo ito sa presyo ng kuryente sa France, na siyang poster child ng nuclear sa buong mundo dahil 70% ng kuryente ng France ay galing sa nuclear. Kaya siya yung best example. Kung kukumpara nyo po, ang presyo ng kuryente sa France is 14 pesos per kilowatt hour. Di hamak na mas mataas. Kung ganun po, saan nanggagaling yung sinasabi ng ating sponsor at chair ng committee ng Special Committee on Nuclear na sobrang mura ng nuclear? Dito po, ilang piso. Pagdating sa industrial, halos kalahati sa presyo ng kuryente sa France. And Mr. Speaker, this is despite of the French government imposing a cap on electricity rates doon po sa France. Artificial pa po yun. So, kung ganun po, saan nanggagaling yung mababang presyo? At ito po ay mismong datos. And I'm sure other electric cooperatives might have the same rates. So, kung doon pa lang po sa mura ay hindi na po pasado itong measure na ito, paano po makakatulong sa ating mamamayan? Hindi pa po kasama ang bagahe pagdating sa waste ng nuclear at dun po kung maaasahan po itong kuryenteng ito. So, yan lang po ang puntong gusto ko pong gawin. And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Majority Floor Leader, for that given this representation.
Maraming salamat, Congressperson Abet Garcia of Bataan. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpret the sponsor, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate on House Bill number 9876.
There's a motion to close the period of interpolation of House Bill 9876. Any objection? Hearing none. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 9876.
Kindly repeat, Majority Leader.
I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 876.
There's a motion to suspend the consideration of House Bill 9876. Any objection? Hearing none. Motion granted.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
may we please acknowledge the guest of Honorable Arlene de Brausas. They are the divorce advocates who are in the plenary today. They are Alisbok Kimberly Cham, Anuran Avelina, Balagot Marian, Berdol Cecil Marin Hueco, David Analisa, Garcia Noel, Ignacio Judy, Labaw Maricris, Lim Maria Lucille, Leonen Esther Lily, Lester Juanita, Montesa Karen, and Shera Teresita.
To the guests of Gabriela Party List, Chair Congressperson Arlene Rosas of Divorce for the Philippines now, welcome to the House of Representatives. Good afternoon. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we also please acknowledge the presence of the Filipino Pride National Chess Master Oscar Joseph O.J. Cantela and professional bodybuilder Joven Sagabain, with Honorable Ramon Vicente Bautista, National President of the Provincial Board Members League of the Philippines, Samson Kevin Cantela, and LCR Cantela. They are the guests of Honorable Brian B. Revilla.
To the guests of Congressperson Brian Revilla, welcome to the House of Representatives. Good afternoon, sir. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, can we please also acknowledge the guest of Representative Dali V. Corbera from the 2nd District of Agusan del Norte. They are from the municipal local government of Tubay Province of Agusan del Norte, and they are the following: Honorable Rakim Cuyos, Vice Mayor; Honorable Chodolo Cepeda; Honorable Roselyn Simbahon; Honorable Giovanni Pioco; Honorable Lorento Lapida; Honorable J. Mark Gravin; Honorable Nilo Mordeno; Honorable Rosalina Guzo; Honorable Rafael Mondihar; Honorable Robijin Bertudaso; Miss Aurorita Luizon. They are members of the Sangguniang Bayan; and Miss Levis Olivia, Staff of Office of the Mayor; and Mr. John Ismael de la Cruz, Vice Mayor's Office Staff.
To the guests of the 2nd District of Agusan del Norte, of Representative Corvera, maayong pag-abot din sa Kongreso. Maayong hapon kayong tanan.
Huh?
Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business of the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 9869 under Committee Report 944. And I may request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
Secretary General is, please proceed.
House Bill number 9869, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Bulls Semishu Ashurian.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the sponsorship and debate.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Chairperson Madrona to be recognized to begin his sponsorship.
Chairperson Madrona of Romblon, please proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, on behalf of Rep. Juliet Marie de Leon Ferrer, the chairperson of the Committee on Justice, it is my honor and privilege to sponsor before this body House Bill number 9869, as contained in Committee Report number 944, entitled An Act Granting Philippine Citizenship to Bules Shemisu Asurijan. This bill is the substitute bill to House Bill number 6678, filed by this representation, seeking to naturalize Mr. Asurijan as a full-fledged Filipino citizen. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, Mr. Asurijan is an Iranian national born in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. He arrived in the Philippines in 2015 and has lived in Romblon since then. He currently has a special resident retiree visa, first issued in 2016. Bulis married a Filipina from my province, Ms. Rorafe Azuzur Rijan, they have a son named Saif, born in 2019. Mr. Azurijan epitomizes the Filipino qualities of hard work, perseverance, and love of community, establishing the Arabian Kitchenette, a restaurant located in my province in Ojong and Romblon. During the pandemic, Mr. Azurijan donated 2 units of thermoscanners to Barangay Dapawan, Ojong and Romblon, as part of his efforts to contribute to the humanitarian efforts in his chosen hometown. Mr. Azurijan speaks the Filipino language fluently, which is showcased during the deliberations of the Committee on Justice held last November 15, 2023. He has learned to love the Filipino community, has assimilated himself in our cultures and traditions, and intends to live in our country permanently with his family. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, I am earnestly seeking the support and approval by our colleagues of this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpellators, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion to terminate the interpellations of House Bill 9869. Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is granted. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now open the period of amendments.
Motion to a period of amendment. Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee and individual amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
There's a motion to terminate the period of amendments of House Bill 9869. Is there no objection? Hearing none. Motion to terminate approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve the House Bill 9869 on second reading.
There's a motion to approve. Those who are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those not in favor say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 9869 is hereby amended and as approved. And second reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Congratulations.
And for the record, Mr. Speaker,
I believe Mr. Balls Shimishlu Ashurian.
it's around. And I'm very happy to say today is the birthday of the wife. So this is a very, very good gift of Congress to the applicant. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the House, we'd like to greet you. Happy birthday, ma'am. Good afternoon. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business of the day, I move now that we consider House Bill number 9875 under Committee Report 950 and request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
Secretary General, please proceed, sir.
House Bill 9875, an act mandating employers to provide a personal finance education program, amending for the purpose Presidential Decree number 442 as amended, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Jose Manuel for his sponsorship of the measure.
The Chair recognizes
Manuel Alba, sorry.
Congressman Alba of Bukidnon, province of Bukidnon. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to all our colleagues. Today, I stand before you to discuss a measure of profound importance, a proposal that seeks not just to amend Presidential Decree number 442 or the Labor Code of the Philippines, but to fundamentally enhance the lives of our workforce. This measure mandates employers to implement a comprehensive personal finance education program. It is more than just a program, my dear colleagues. It is a lifeline. We are talking about empowering our workers with knowledge in critical areas such as behavioral finance, emergency resilience fund development, debt management, and planning for investments, insurance, and ultimately retirement. Let us acknowledge the undeniable truth. Our labor force is the backbone of our economy. Their financial and economic well-being is pivotal not just for their personal prosperity, but for the nation's progress. Enlightened and financially secure workers and employees contribute more effectively, fostering a more robust and stable economy. The need for this measure is underscored by stark realities. Reports over the years have consistently shown that a lack of financial acumen leads to debilitating debt, stress-induced decision-making, and consequently, a ripple of negative outcomes. These include diminished workplace performance, increased absenteeism, financial dissatisfaction, and alarmingly, even violence both in the workplace and at home. The statistics are telling and very concerning. A survey by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas revealed a startling gap in financial literacy. Only 2 in 10 Filipinos scored perfectly on basic financial questions. A mere 42% could accurately gauge the impact of inflation on purchasing power in 2021. My dear colleagues, the World Bank's findings are equally alarming. Just 25% of Filipino adults have a grasp of basic financial concepts. However, there is a silver lining. Personal finance education can dramatically alter this landscape. It has the potential to boost savings rate, reduce debts, and alleviate stress among workers and employees. Imagine a workplace where financial literacy leads to increased satisfaction, enhanced productivity, and a workforce that looks forward to a confident and secure retirement. Thus, Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues, I present this measure not just as a policy proposal, but as a crucial step towards empowering our nation's workforce. The benefits are clear, the need is urgent, and the time to act is now. I, on behalf of the Committee on Labor and Employment, humbly seek your support and approval for this legislation. It is more than just a law. It is a commitment to our workforce, to their families, and to the future economic stability of our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to advocate for this vital measure.
Daghang salamat, Congressman Alba of Bukidnon. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpellators, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate. Any objections? Hearing none. Motion granted. Please proceed, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Motion to open the period of amendment. Any objection? Hearing none. Please proceed, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee and individual amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
There's a motion to terminate the period of amendment of House Bill 9875. Any objections? Hearing none. Motion granted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 9875. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion for the approval or the vote of 9875. All those in favor of this bill say aye.
Aye.
Those who are not in favor of this bill say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 9875 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of business of the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 9859 under Committee Report 941 and ask the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill 9859, an act providing for free professional examinations to qualified indigents.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Tudor for her sponsorship of the measure.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the proposed measure, House Bill number 9859, under Committee Report number 941, is seeking to grant free professional examinations to qualified indigents. This representation humbly shares the same sentiment with the various bills and authors of the proposed legislation. Even without going into the details of the said proposal, the title of the bill itself encapsulates its noble intent. Unburdening our graduates whose family income may not be sufficient to cover the cost, or removing a financial barrier based on their limited capacities to pay for fees of professional examinations would definitely be a big relief and a piece of legislation every lawmaker can be proud of. Hence, approval of this measure is earnestly requested. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Daghang salamat, Congresswoman Christine Alexe Tutor of 3rd District of Bohol. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpellators, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion to terminate. Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendment.
A motion to open the period of amendment. Any objections? Hearing none. Please proceed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee and individual amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
There is a motion to terminate the period of amendment. Any objections? Hearing none. Motion is approved. Mr. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 9859. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to approve on second reading. 58, I'm sorry, stand corrected, 9859. All those in favor of this bill say aye. Aye. Those not in favor of this bill say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 9859 is hereby approved on second reading. Congratulations. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Under the calendar of business, I move now that we consider House Bill number 9349 under Committee Report 962 and ask the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
Secretary General, please proceed, sir.
House Bill 9349, an act reinstituting absolute divorce as an alternative mode for the dissolution of marriage.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move to open the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion to open the sponsorship and debate. Please proceed, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize Honorable Representative Lagman for his sponsorship of the measure.
The gentleman from Albay, Congressman Lagman, is hereby recognized, sir. Please proceed, sir.
Mr. Speaker, before I deliver my sponsorship speech, I would like that the Honorable Garcia be recognized on behalf of the Chairman of the Committee on Population and Family Relations.
Majority Leader.
I move that we recognize Congressman Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Pablo John Garcia, of the province of Cebu, you're recognized, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Committee on Population Family Relations and the Chairman, Congressman Ino D, who has asked me to speak on his behalf, Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to sponsor House Bill number 9349, entitled An Act Reinstituting Absolute Divorce as an Alternative Mode of Dissolution of Marriage, under Committee Report number 962. The remarks of the Chair, Mr. Speaker, will be submitted and inserted to the record, but for now, allow me to make the following remarks, Mr. Speaker. As we all know and are frequently reminded, the Philippines remains the only country in the world that has not legalized divorce, aside from Vatican City. And yet, unlike Vatican City, which is a small city-state consisting of 800 individuals, mostly religious and unmarried, the Philippines is not exempt from the crisis of failed, unhappy marriages, the result of infidelity, lack of commitment, domestic violence and abuse, and the resulting even more insidious crisis of children suffering, living in irretrievably broken marriages. Mr. Speaker, for some context, the campaign to legalize divorce in the Philippines is not new. It has been a long-standing battle. During the 17th Congress, similar measures were steered by the committee, approved by the House of Representatives in this hall, and was successfully transmitted to the Senate. Unfortunately, the Senate failed to act on the proposed measure. In the 18th Congress, the divorce bill did not pass, hindered as we were by the COVID-19 pandemic and the divergent, more urgent priorities that emerged as a result. And yet, this crisis of marriage continues today. We in the 19th Congress have today the historic opportunity to fill a gaping need that has remained unfulfilled for decades and for generations. Particularly, first, to provide relief to couples in irremediably broken and failed marriages and permit them to start again. Second, to give abused spouses the legal option, now almost impossible to obtain, to terminate their marriage and escape the bond that abusive partners use to further abuse. Third, to provide much-needed relief to innocent children caught in the crossfire. To protect the property rights of individuals in failed marriages, as well as those of their common children. And finally, to grant couples in relationships entered into by those who have moved on from failed marriages the chance legally to start again and be recognized under the law. These options and remedies are not new or strange or alien. They are readily available to suffering couples in the rest of the modern civilized world, except that is in the Vatican, where they're likely not needed, and in the Philippines, where there is a crying need for the same. This is perhaps why, in a fairly recent survey by the social weather stations, 53% of Filipino adults agree that irreconcilably separated couples should be given the option to terminate their marriage. It is therefore the earnest wish of your Committee on Population and Family Relations that we in the 19th Congress pass this bill, which we needed yesterday, now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And now, Mr. Speaker, may I ask that the lady from Negros Occidental, Congresswoman Juliet Ferrer, be recognized to sponsor the measure, Mr. Speaker.
Daghang salamat, Congressman Pablo Jan F. Garcia, 3rd District of Cebu. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Juliet Ferrer from the 4th District of Negros Occidental.
4th District of Negros Occidental, Congressperson Villion Ferrer. Please proceed, ma'am.
Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, it is my honor and privilege to co-sponsor before this body House Bill number 9349 as contained in Committee Report number 962, entitled An Act Reinstituting Divorce as an Alternative Mode for the Dissolution of Marriage. This bill seeks to reinstate absolute divorce as a mode for the dissolution of marriage that has become dysfunctional, irreparable, and irredeemable, based on limited grounds for divorce and well-defined judicial procedures. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, adopting the policy of allowing absolute divorce is consistent with the Philippine Constitution and with our obligations under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the UDHR, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, ICCPR, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, CRC, and other international treaties and instruments to which the Philippines is a party. As we all know, Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, the Philippines is one of the only 2 states that share the distinction of not allowing absolute divorce, with the other state being the Vatican City. While the Philippines allows certain modes for the dissolution of marriage, such as annulment and declaration of nullity, the grounds for such dissolution are very narrow and limited, and involve a very tedious and costly legal process. On the other hand, legal separation does not dissolve marital ties, but only allows for separation of property and living conditions, leaving the couples still bound by their vows that no longer apply to them. Mr. Speaker, this bill would emancipate all Filipino women who are trapped in abusive and failed marriages, freeing them from domestic violence, physical, emotional, and economic abuse, and other harmful behaviors commonly experienced by them. Allowing women the option of absolute divorce will empower them to become more independent, promote their mental health and personal growth, and lead to a holistic improvement of their well-being. This will also spare the children of failed marriages the horrors and trauma of domestic violence or living in an unhappy home. Mr. Speaker, I would like to emphasize that while I am pro-divorce, I am also pro-family. These 2 concepts are not contradictory. During the plenary debates on this measure, we will be able to hear arguments to support this premise. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, I'm earnestly seeking the support of our colleagues for the immediate approval of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Damo, salamat, Congresswoman De Leon Ferrer. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move now that we recognize Honorable Arlene Brosas for her sponsorship.
Gabriela Party List Representative Brosas, you're recognized, ma'am. Please proceed, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Gabriela Women's Party has been calling for the legalization of divorce in the Philippines since it clinched a seat in the 13th Congress of the House of Representatives. In 2005, Gabriela Women's Party filed a bill to legalize divorce in the Philippines. Almost 20 years later, the push to allow divorce as one of the ways by which to dissolve a marriage is still ongoing. And here we are today before the plenary to once again discuss legalizing divorce in the Philippines. Divorce is not a foreign concept in the world. Even with the global recognition of divorce as a legal way to dissolve a marriage, the Philippines is the only country to have no divorce law. But legalizing divorce is not just to belong to the huge circle of nations espousing divorce as a way to terminate marital relations. We, in Gabriela Women's Party, believe that beyond being part of this huge global circle, legalizing divorce is a means for abused women to be free from their domestic situation and allow them the opportunity to live a new life, free from violence and abuse. In the Filipino culture, marriage is regarded as a sacred union, and the family founded on marriage is considered a fountain of love, protection, and care. Philippine society generally frowns upon and discourages marital breakups and provides cultural and legal safeguards to preserve marital relations. Cultural prescriptions and religious norms keep many couples together despite the breakdown of the marriage. But the cultural prescriptions for women and men differ. Women are traditionally regarded as primarily responsible for making the marriage work and are expected to sacrifice everything to preserve the marriage and the solidarity of the family. While wives demand absolute fidelity, men are granted sexual license to have affairs outside marriage. Yet when the marriage fails, the woman is blamed for its failure. Even when couples start well in their marriage, political, economic, and social realities take their toll on their relationship. Some are not prepared to handle the intricacies of married life. For many women, the inequalities and violence in marriage negate its ideals as the embodiment of love, care, and safety, and erode the basis upon which a marriage is founded. The marital relations facilitate the commission of violence and perpetuate their oppression. According to the 2022 National Demographic and Health Survey, NDHS, conducted by the Philippine Statistics Authority, 1 out of 5, or 18% of women who have ever had an intimate partner have experienced physical, sexual, or emotional violence by their current or most recent husband intimate partner. 15% of women have experienced emotional violence. 6% have experienced physical violence, and 2% have experienced sexual violence. The most common perpetrators of physical and sexual violence among ever married women and women who have had an intimate partner and have experienced physical violence since age 15 were their current husband or intimate partners. Meanwhile, nearly 4 out of 10 ages 15 to 49 who have ever had a husband, intimate partner reported that they have experienced at least one type of controlling behavior by their current husband or intimate partner. Given the country's history, the bill seeks to restore divorce as a rights-based option for majority of Filipinos, an option based on the recognition that the right to enter into a marriage contract has the corresponding spousal right to end such contract when it has reached the point of irreparability. Legislating this measure will not necessarily lead to termination of marriages and breakups. It is merely offering another option to spouses who may or may not resort to it. It retains the existing remedies of legal separation, declaration of nullity of the marriage, and annulment, and only adds divorce as one more remedy. This bill is respectful of and sensitive to differing religious beliefs in the Philippines. It recognizes that the plurality of religious beliefs and cultural sensibilities in the Philippines demand that different remedies for failed marriages be made available. For this reason, the bill retains the existing remedies of legal separation, annulment, and declaration of nullity of the marriage, and only adds divorce as one more remedies. Couples may choose from these remedies depending on their situation, religious beliefs, cultural sensibilities, needs, and emotional state. While divorce under this proposed measure severs the bond of marriage, divorce as a remedy need not be for the purpose of remarriage. It may be resorted to by individuals to achieve peace of mind and facilitate their pursuit of full human development. This bill also seeks to make Philippine law consistent with how it treats religious beliefs with respect to termination of marriage. Philippine law through the Code of Muslim Personal Laws of the Philippines, Presidential Decree number 1983, 1977, allows divorce among Filipino Muslims. In deference to the Islamic faith that recognizes divorce, non-Muslim Filipinos should have the same option under Philippine law in accordance with their religious beliefs. Reality tells us that many failed, unhappy marriages are across all Filipino classes. Many couples, especially from the marginalized sectors who have no access to the courts, simply end up separating without the benefit of legal processes. The number of petitions filed since 1988 for the declaration of the nullity of marriage under Article 36 of the Family Code shows that there are just too many couples who are desperate to get out of failed marriages. Magandang palalimin ang konteksto ng mga karaniwang problema sa loob ng kasal. In fact, there should be a discussion of the real causes of weak marriages. In a country where over 12 million people are migrant workers deployed in various countries, where real incomes of families are stagnant, if not declining despite growth rates, where joblessness is always a trap, where the cost of living continues to soar amid hikes in taxes and prices, where cultural values are corrupted, it becomes easy to understand the turmoil and problems of marriages. Labor export and forced migration, for instance, is born out of the lack of decent jobs at home. It is quite unfortunate that more and more families look abroad for opportunities, while the social fabric continues to be strained. The worsening socioeconomic crisis creates the conditions and contributes to the weakening of marriages. Divorce bill merely gives legal sanction to an already existing social fact. In this sense, divorce does not destroy the family or the home. What has already fallen asunder cannot be further broken. We have always asserted that divorce isn't a biblical or religious question. In fact, walang pagtatangi ang nakasampang panukalang batas sa anumang relihiyon. It recognizes that the plurality of religious beliefs and cultural sensibilities in the Philippines demand that different remedies for failed marriages should be made available. Mr. Speaker, dear colleagues, it is high time that spouses be given an added choice to legally opt out of an unhealthy marital relationship with the full recognition that it is not the long-term solution to abuse of women. We have set out clear-cut grounds and the socio-economic context for divorce. And this sponsor believes that with the growing support of women and the people, we can advance this measure further, beyond plenary debates, and tackle deep-seated societal ills that consistently threaten the equal protection of rights of all Filipinos. Pass the divorce bill po, divorce bill, ipasa na. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr.
I
Speaker.
wish to interpolate the sponsors.
Majority.
We are not, Mr. Speaker, we are not done with the sponsorship yet.
Thank you.
Proceed,
I withdraw my
Majority Leader.
statement.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Edsel Lagman of the 1st District of Albay.
Honorable Edsel Lagman is recognized. Please proceed.
Honorable Speaker and distinguished colleagues, on behalf of the numerous co-authors of House Bill number 9349, or the Absolute Divorce Bill, I would like to extremely thank the Speaker and the Majority Leader for finally allowing the long-awaited measure to be sponsored and deliberated on in this plenary. Very briefly, the salient factors relative to the absolute divorce bill are as follows. 1. Absolute divorce is not a foreign concept to Filipinos. Our pre-Spanish ancestors practiced divorce, which was available to both husband and wife. During the American occupation, we had limited absolute divorce based on the final conviction of a spouse for adultery or concubinage. The Japanese occupation expanded the grounds for divorce to include, among others, attempt of one spouse against the life of the other, contagious diseases contracted by either spouse, incurable insanity, repeated physical violence, and abandonment for 3 consecutive years. 2. Except for the Philippines and the tiny ecclesiastical Vatican City State, all countries worldwide, including all Catholic countries, have legalized divorce in varying degrees of liberality or strictness. Verily, there can be no unanimity in blunder for institutionalizing divorce, which was established shortly after the institution of marriage because of human frailty and mundane shortcomings afflicting marriages. 3. In the Philippines, the Muslims are granted the right to divorce. Even in the family code of the Philippines, the quote, canonical divorce, unquote, of the Catholic hierarchy is copied under Article 36 in the dissolution of marriage based on psychological incapacity of either or both spouses. 4. The fact that all Catholic countries, except the Philippines and the Vatican, have allowed divorce is a categorical testament that divorce is not against the Catholic faith and the doctrine of the Church. No less than Pope Francis has liberalized his stance on divorce and divorces. 5. Absolute divorce is not for everybody. Let me repeat this. Absolute divorce is not for everybody. The overwhelming majority of Filipino marriages are happy, enduring, and loving. They do not need the divorce law. An absolute divorce law is urgently necessary in marriages which have totally collapsed and are beyond repair, where the majority of the victims are the wives who have been subjected to cruelty, violence, infidelity, and abandonment. 6. While the state continues to uphold marriage as a social institution and the foundation of the family, the state has the responsibility of rescuing spouses and their children from a house on fire. 7. Children are also the beneficiaries of divorce, according to empirical studies in progressive countries, because they become more resilient and are freed from the torment and exposure to marital conflicts and discords afflicting their well-being. 8. Divorce proceedings undergo a judicial process. And quickie, notarial, email, and drive-through divorces are prohibited. 9. In addition to the grounds for dissolution of marriage based on psychological incapacity, annulment of marriage, and legal separation as amended, additional grounds for divorce have been included. A. Separation in fact for at least 5 years and reconciliation is not anymore possible. B, legal separation for more than 2 years. C, sex reassignment surgery or sex transition. D, irreconcilable marital differences. And E, other domestic or marital abuse. 10, harsh penalties are imposed on colluding spouses. 11, in the grant of absolute divorce, no marriage is destroyed because the union has long perished. 12, according to the Supreme Court in Te versus Te, the dissolution of a marriage is a merciful interment of a long-dead union. 13, a law on absolute divorce is constitutional. Let me repeat this. A law on absolute divorce is constitutional. The commissioners of the 1986 Constitutional Convention, under the leadership of Father Joaquin Bernas, were unanimous in declaring that the Congress has the right to enact a divorce law. 14, divorce is only an option. Qualified spouses may or may not petition for divorce, or they may avail of dissolution of marriage based on psychological incapacity under Article 36 of the Family Code, annulment of marriage under Article 45 of the Family Code, or legal separation under Article 55 of the Family Code. 15, under the bill, the state is mandated to make the divorce proceedings affordable and expeditious, which would do away with cumbersome, lengthy, and expensive proceedings for dissolution of marriage based on psychological incapacity, legal separation, and annulment of marriage. The judge is mandated to decide the petition for divorce within 1 year from the expiration of the 60-day cooling-off period. 16, during dependency of the divorce proceedings or even after the grant of a divorce decree, the spouses can still reconcile and live together again. 17, a divorce decree entitles the parties the right to remarry and have another chance at marital bliss. 18, the divorce decree shall include and protect spousal support, children's support and custody, and respect of the children's legitimate as well as the interests of creditors. 19, the enactment of the absolute divorce law will not lead to the opening of floodgates to divorces. This is well documented in other countries. Finally, divorce stories can also be love stories, because it is an act of love of a woman for herself and her children when she gets out of an abusive, even life-threatening marriage. It becomes a love story when people have enough love and self-respect to refuse to be victims of infidelity and abuse. It becomes a love story when people continue to have faith in the beauty and promise of falling in love once more. Divorce becomes a love story when a wife or a husband realizes that love takes many faces: the embrace of a child, the sympathy of friends, the loyalty of relatives, and the judiciousness of the court. February is the month of hearts, and I know that in our hearts we realize and recognize that now is the time to finally enact an absolute divorce law. Mr. Speaker, honorable members of the House of Representatives, I earnestly seek your collective support for the enactment of House Bill number 9349, or the Absolute Divorce Bill. Thank you so much.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Lagman. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Rufus Rodriguez for his short manifestation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader.
this would have been an interpellation, this representation is 100% against absolute divorce in this country. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, if you go to the countries that have allowed divorce, it has opened the floodgates for broken families. They go to the wedding, and when they go there, they say, oh, anyway, if I commit a mistake, there is divorce, and we can just part. In America, Mr. Chairman, United States, Mr. Speaker, more than 52% of the children are growing up with only one parent. What a debacle. When a child is only nurtured by one parent instead of two, you see juvenile delinquency. You see, Mr. Speaker, drug addiction and all the problems because there's only one parent and then stepmother or father. But this is a short manifestation, Mr. Chairman, and I don't want to delay the proceedings because I've been advised that interpellation can be on the next subsequent hearings. Let me just therefore request that my name be placed in the list of interpellators to this bill and that I be notified so that we will be able to have a good debate on this, on whether, even if we are only two countries and one is Vatican City, I maintain that because we are a country who believes in family as a social basic institution, the wedding, the marriage, I believe, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, that we should maintain the situation, the present dispensation. There's always Article 36, psychological incapacity, there's legal separation, there's annulment. If we want to increase, we can have more probably grounds, but to have absolute divorce, irreconcilable difference. They fight over the food. They fight over which TV channel they're going to have. And there can be divorce. And that is why, Mr. Chairman, the good thing about this country is there will be problems. No marriage has no problems. There will be problems, but because they are for the interest of the children, that the children will grow up to have two parents guiding them. They manage to reconcile and be able to love again, even if there were heated passions during the day, during their marriage. And so therefore, let us continue, Mr. Speaker, with what we have now. Our laws are already sufficient. Let us not open the floodgates for broken families in this country by making it open to everyone for divorce. So with that, Mr. Speaker, may I know whether the Majority Leader has already included me in the list of interpellators, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Speaker.
Daghang salamat for that passionate and short manifestation.
Yeah, may we know first, may we know whether I am now included?
Congressman Rodriguez. Yes, sir. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we accept the proposal of the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez to have priority over the list of interpellators.
Thank you, my dear Majority Leader.
You have
Thank you.
priority, Congressman Rodriguez of Cagayan de Oro. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 9349. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Motion to suspend 9349. Any objection? Hearing none, motion is granted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we acknowledge the following members of the following guests of the Honorable Edsel Lagman, who are members of the Divorce Pilipinas Coalition, Mr. Paul Rojas, Ms. Mila Malikdem, Ms. Evelyn Tampus, Ms. Heidi Sanchez, Ms. Michelle Bulang, Ms. Michelle Iparagkire Bulang, Ms. Cindy Cruda, Mr. Dominic Nino Nueva, and Mr. Harry Warren Forteza.
To the guests of Albay Representative Edsel C. Lagman, on behalf of Speaker Martin Romualdez, welcome to the House of Representatives. Divorce Pilipinas Coalition. You're there. Good afternoon. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up items in the unfinished business.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up House Bill number 9277 as contained in Committee Report number 770, and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Secretary General, please proceed.
House Bill number 9277, an act instituting reforms to enhance the efficiency and dynamism of the Philippine capital markets, amending for the purpose sections 22, 24, 25, 121, 127, and 190 of Republic Act number 8424, otherwise known as the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of this bill is that we are in the period of sponsorship, debate, and interpellation. For this purpose, Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the sponsor of said measure, the Honorable Ray Reyes of Party List Anak Kalusugan.
Party List Anak Kalusugan. Party List. Representative Ray Reyes, please proceed. You have the floor, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move that we recognize the Honorable Arlene Rosas of Party List Gabriela for her interpellation.
Congresswoman Rosas of Gabriela, please proceed, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the good sponsor yield to a few questions, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, happy to yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, the House approved this year yung Train Package 4. At kasama dito yung stock transaction tax that would gradually be reduced to 0.1% for 5 years. Ano po yung kaibahan nung bill na ito sa ipinasa nating Train 4, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, doon po sa Package 4, it accounts for a gradual reduction over a period of from January 2023 to January 2027, where we reduce by 0.1% over the said years. Dito po sa House Bill number 9277, it is proposed that we effect an immediate reduction, not of the gradual reduction, but immediate reduction to 0.1%. Ang justification po dyan, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, is there is a sense of urgency that we immediately be competitive with other markets in our region. If we will look at the cost of capital in the Philippines, also in our taxes on capital markets, we are the ones with the highest stock transaction tax, given that the kind of capital that comes in is very prohibitive. As it is right now, the Philippines is already second to the last in ASEAN 6 in terms of market capitalization. The reason for that is because each and every from Taiwan, Thailand, Indonesia, Singapore have already reduced their stock transaction tax to 0.1%, and even in some markets, 0%. Vietnam is already at 0.1% and is already slowly approaching the Philippines in size of the market or in market capitalization. If we do not affect this kind of tax measure anytime sooner, we fear that we may be overtaken by Vietnam and be already the last in the ASEAN 6 in terms of market capitalization. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sa sinasabi niyo pong ASEAN 6, do we have to really sumunod sa kanila, Mr. Speaker? Kasi parang biglaan yung proposal from Train 4 is to gradually reduce, pero ito biglaan, di ba? So parang ano yung reason kung bakit biglaan? Is it because kailangan nating sumunod katulad ng ibang mga neighboring countries natin na ASEAN 6 para sabi natin ay pumasok yung mga foreign investors. Is that really the reason? Ano po yung primaryang dahilan, Mr. Speaker?
Well, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, as reiterated po in my statement a while ago, it's not just a matter of compliance, but it is a matter of the urgency to compete. This in stock transaction tax is an institutionalized measure by the state or the country in which it feels like it is the best way to compete for global markets to bring in capital from foreign investors. Not only that also, but also from local investors so that any transaction that they transact in the stock market will be taxed less. In other words, any earnings that they have will have less taxes. This will incentivize them to come into the market even more. As a matter of fact, dito sa Philippines po, 1% of the population is participating in the stock market, the lowest in ASEAN 6. Indonesia is at 1.6%, but we have to understand they're close to 200 million people. We are at around 110 million people. We have also the lowest knowledge in terms of financial knowledge. And therefore, given this tax incentives, this will incentivize people to learn more about the financial markets, have more of our Filipinos actually participate in the capital markets, and make us more competitive in the region.
Mr. Speaker, sabi niyo kanina in compliance. Saan in compliance ito? Do we have an agreement with other countries? For example, na nagsasabi na kailangan mag-comply tayo dito, na ibaba natin itong taxes ng stock market, stock transaction tax, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, if I may re-clarify, it is not a matter of compliance, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. It is us intending to compete with the capital markets.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, may we know what is the current magnitude of the capital market capitalization in the country?
Okay. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, if I may also, so that I could lend context onto the market cap.
Mr. Speaker, lagyan natin ng kasi baka mamaya way before yung sabihin mo. So, how is the capital market faring in the last 5 years in terms of magnitude and GDP share?
Actually, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, what I have here is the stock transaction volume on our capital markets. Pre-pandemic, when our stock transaction tax was at around 0.5 or 0.6%, we have already discovered or realized a downtrend on market transaction and even on transaction volume. Given that our index in the stock market from a high of close to 9,000 because of the friction cost is already hovering at around 6,000 in our stock market index, which is a measurement of the participation in our markets, which means, like in us, in the market cap of the Philippines right now is at $243 billion US dollars. But if you compare it to other countries within the ASEAN region, Indonesia is at 604 billion, Malaysia 370 billion, Singapore 606 billion, Vietnam at 178 billion, Thailand at 563 billion. Again, as I just mentioned, we are already second to the last in terms of market size.
Mr. Speaker, ang tinatanong ko po ay yung how is our capital market faring in the last 5 years? So that would be 2018 to 2022. Do you have that data, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Generally, ang sinasabi nyo kanina, I understand, bumababa. Tama? Yung capital market capitalization. Now, the question is, Meron po ba kayo dyan?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, may I seek clarification? What information do you,
Yes.
do you wish to acquire?
Yes, in the last 5 years, in terms of magnitude and GDP share, meron po ba kayong...
What we have here is the magnitude, which is the transaction volume in the past 5 years. So we were looking at from 2017 to 2022 po. In 2017, our transaction value is at around 2,200 million dollars. So that would be about $2.2 billion. In 2018, it has reduced. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues. I wish to reiterate, on 2017, it was at $3.2 billion in transaction value. On 2018, it became 2.7. It has reduced. 2019, it is at 2.9. 2020, it is at 3.0. 2021, it has increased to 3.6. And yet in 2022, it has reduced again to 2.6 billion US dollars. Yun na lang po yung size po natin. We are actually now below our 2018 levels.
Yes.
Mr.
Kasi
Speaker,
kung
distinguished
nag-start tayo ng 3.2, Mr. Speaker, bumagsak tayo hanggang 2.6 ngayon. 2020, that's the 2022, no, na sinasabi ninyo. So, generally pababa, no? Yun yung trend. Ano-ano yung mga nakikitang salik, dahilan kung bakit nagkakaganito? Although kasi, nung sinabi niyo po kanina yung Indonesia, they have a different story doon sa kanilang di ba? So dito sa Pilipinas, ano yung mga nakikitang dahilan kung bakit bumababa yung capital market capitalization dito?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, once again, it is because of the friction cost. In other words po, kung gaano kahirap gumawa ng transaction or even to create a business to access the capital markets. For example po, again, in Indonesia, in Malaysia, the transaction tax is about 0.10%. Singapore, it is 0%. Vietnam, 0.1%. Thailand, 0.11%. The Philippines is at 0.6%. Because there is a greater tax on productivity, there is a tendency for capital to go to where capital is utilized more efficiently, where they realize their earnings more, they are able to reinvest this into the capital markets, therefore increasing the size of the market. When you increase the size of the market, you are talking about infrastructure spending, we are talking about establishment of business, we are also talking about creation of jobs. So just the mere reduction of transaction tax removes the cost for people to transact here in the Philippines, which we intend in this bill should increase the market size and the economy consequently. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sinasabi niyo po na friction cost, tapos marami tayong mga dahilan na binanggit. But it is not primarily dahil mababa or kailangan nating babaan yung transaction tax, Mr. Speaker, ang sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, it is the transaction tax po. Because, dito po sa atin on the sale of listed stocks, yung tax component po is 70, it's coming out here, the selling cost of a tax, for example, when we trade, it's coming at about 70% of the cost when we conduct transactions in the stock market. 70%, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, is very high. That kind of rate is prohibitive to people who wish to put in their capital and want an efficient use of their capital to expand the market.
So, Bukod sa mga dahilan na yan, Mr. Speaker, are there any explanation kung bakit bumababa yung capital market capitalization dito?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, if I may, we are working with also case studies wherein reducing the transaction task has a net positive effect on transaction volume. If I may cite the case of Taiwan stock market, even a reduction of 1/2 of their transaction tax, it was at 0.5, I believe it was reduced to 0.25, has gained a net effect of 6.33x on their transaction. In other words, even just reducing the transaction tax in half could have an effect of 6.33x in the transaction volume of our market. So what more, Mr. Speaker, if we will use the same arithmetic, that if we reduce it at 1.6, we could even increase our stock transaction volume even further than the 6.33x that we have witnessed in Taiwan.
Mr. Speaker, magkano ba yung tinatayang collection losses kapag binawasan ng stock transaction tax? No? Kasi, tama, no? Sa capital market efficiency bill, mas gagawing immediate yung reduction stock transaction mula 0.6% patungong 0.1%. So malaki talaga yung niyan, difference. Magkano yung tinatayang collection losses kapag binawasan yung stock transaction, STT, patungong 0.1%? Kasi nung 2019, tinatayang nasa 10 billion ang STT collections. Tama po ba?
Okay. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, at the onset, we estimate around 2.5 billion losses on our stock transaction tax. If we are going to use the assumption that our base model or our transactions remain as it is right now.
So 2.5 billion ang mawawala.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, we are working with the assumption that this is what is going to be lost if the transactions are constant. But we are working with the...
Ano po, mas mataas pa?
No,
Ganun ba,
no.
Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, if this is only constant, only if our transaction volume remains the same. But if we increase the volume wherein there is a greater effect, not only, you have to look at it in the whole ecosystem, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, that the stock transaction tax, while we have a loss on the transaction tax, its contribution in the volume of increasing the market should redound to the benefit of increasing the size of our economy.
Magkano naman, Mr. Speaker, yung tinatayang revenue losses kapag binabaan yung dividends tax rate for non-resident aliens mula 25% patungong 10%?
Okay. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, for this, our estimate, if we keep on the constant of transaction, is 37.3 million pesos.
So overall, Mr. Speaker, how much will the government lose in revenue collections if this measure is passed?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, if we will only look at these numbers, it will look like that the government is going to lose. But we also have to consider that we are also taking into account the amount of capital that comes in to the economy if we also incentivize investors to come into the stock market by increasing the economy size. So we could not, if we will look at this, Mr. Speaker, without the context of increasing the size of the economy, it may look like that this is a loss to the government. But this, if we put it into the context of the increase in the market size and the economy size, the increase of the stock, we are looking at an increase of about $77 billion Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, if the arithmetic and the behavior of the market is correct, we are looking at increasing the size of our economy by $77 billion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ganyan din yung sinabi sa atin sa Train 1. So, after Train 1, what we're seeing right now, di ba, hindi naman siya talaga nag-redound, no, Mr. Speaker. Binabaan natin yung taxes ng mga corporations, tapos nag-tax holiday pa tayo. Ang daming incentivization na nga na ginawa natin, Mr. Speaker, sa iba't ibang korporasyon, Mr. Speaker. Pero hindi siya necessarily nagiging maganda, no, para sa ating ekonomiya. Kaya, Mr. Speaker, gusto kong maliwanagan, kaugnay dito sa measure na ito, kung meron kang if the government will lose revenue collections, kung maipasa ito, paano exactly ma-offset yung mga losses na ito? Kasi we're talking of, kanina sabi nyo, 2.5 billion loss, 37.3 million. Diba? Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, katulad po ng sabi natin kanina, that while we are looking at an onset of 2.5 billion loss on the stock transaction tax if we reduce it from 0.6 to 0.1%, and if we reduce the doc stamp tax from 25 to 10%, we have a loss of 37.3 million pesos. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, if we will look at the estimated increase in our market, we are looking, again, as I reiterate, $77 billion in terms of size. One thing that I also wish to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, is this is not just about increasing the market size. This is also an opportunity for financial inclusion for a lot of our retail investors. When we say retail investors, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, this is your typical Juan de la Cruz or Maria de la Cruz, if you may, that wish to invest in the stock market because they are now incentivized of the lower taxes. As it is right now, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, only about, out of that 1 million, we are looking at about 54 to 56% of that are retail investors. So even 500,000 Filipinos only. But if they see that there is a greater inclusivity, a greater incentive for them to place their investment in the stock market because they have the financial knowledge and literacy to invest in a company that they believed in, that came into the stock market to access this capital, we intend to have this measure be inclusive to the typical retail Filipino investor. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sa bahagi po ito, parang speculative pa yung 77 billion, Mr. Speaker. Tapos yung 54%, sabi nyo, na maaari, na mag-stock.
No, that is already the current.
The current. Or you're aiming for higher, parang ganyan.
Yes, so with this, we intend that we could double the size of the number of retail Filipino investors.
But you don't know if mag-i-invest sila at mag-stock sila, right?
Well,
They will
all
go
of
into
these-
stocks,
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, all of these, of course, are run through numbers based on empirical and historical evidence using evidences and behaviors of markets of similar size and countries of similar culture. And this is how we base our assumptions, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, hindi niyo po nasagot yung tanong ko, paano ma-offset yung losses? You're thinking kasi na may maraming ang will go into stock, right? Ganon ba yun?
Yeah.
That is how you will do it? Maka-offset ng losses?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, like what we mentioned, a big portion of this offset is because of its infusion into the economy of what we estimate to be $77 billion US. $77 billion US could be constituted as infrastructure. It could be constituted as purchasing of equipment, the creation of jobs, it's the creation and transaction of commerce. So 77, wherein all of our different tax measures could also come in that could offset what is, if we are only offsetting 2.4 billion pesos on stock transaction tax and 37 million pesos in documentary stamp tax, I believe that an infusion of 77 billion US dollars more than compensates for these small losses. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Mr. Speaker, may aktual bang naging mga pag-aaral kung paano makahikayat ng capital flows at investment sa local capital market ang panukalang batas na ito?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, like I mentioned, I wish to bring back the behavior that they have witnessed in Taiwan, wherein lesser friction cost will redound to a higher transaction turnover rate in the stock market. In the case of Taiwan, 6.33x, meaning 6.3 times po yung
But
increase.
that was a case study. Tapos meron silang pang-stock, meron silang, Mr. Speaker, hindi katulad dito sa Pilipinas, unemployed, tapos marami sa atin, informal work, marami sa atin. Diba, Mr. Speaker? So different talaga yung kanilang condition. So, Mr. Speaker, are there other studies na nagsasabi na paano naghihikayat ng mga capital flows, investments?
I guess one thing, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, that we could do is we could also look at the current case study of Vietnam. We always look at Vietnam as another breakout economy where what has happened over the past years when they opened up the economy to the capital markets is they have about close to an improvement rate of 7.86% per year. The Philippines right now, our improvement rate is at 2.98%. If we juxtapose that percentage of improvement rate to the market cap, it wouldn't be very long that Vietnam may overtake the Philippines because of the high friction cost of transacting into our capital markets.
Mr. Speaker, siguro para maliwanag din, ano ba yung mga eksaktong inaasahan nating outcome sa panukala na ito?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, again, what we intend to do here is by lowering the transaction tax, more capital could come in to our market, into our free market. Retail Filipino investors will now be incentivized because of a lower tax rate. Foreign investors are now incentivized because there is a lower tax rate, and there is also, what we have also in the Philippines is a strong consumer market that is consumption-driven, wherein anybody who wishes to establish a business has now access to a capital market that has low friction cost to provide for the needs of the Filipinos. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a last manifestation, Mr. Speaker, this proposed measure puts forward tax cuts for a very small portion of financial players in the country, now guised as improving efficiency in the Philippine capital market. Ang questionable po rito, wala namang clear and demonstrated na ugnay ang capital markets ng bansa sa productive sectors ng ating ekonomiya. Bukod sa napakaliit pa rin talaga ng domestic enterprises natin. In the proper time, we'll put on record our vote on this measure. Thank you. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Salamat, Ginoong Sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Congresswoman Brosas. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Lawrence Defensor of the 3rd District of Iloilo.
Congressman Defensor, you're recognized. Please proceed, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the sponsor yield?
Mr. Speaker, happy to yield to a few questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. House Bill number 9227, in particular Section 15 thereof, appears to benefit the public interest, while a closer scrutiny thereof would reveal to whom does it benefit, where is the advantages, and to whom will the disadvantages go. As a sponsor of this bill, may I know if the gentleman is familiar with Republic Act 8799, otherwise known as the Securities Regulation Code.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, I am happy to be educated on the salient provisions of the said law.
I am happy to share with the sponsor and our colleagues the declaration of state policy under the Securities Regulation Code in relation to Section 15, or the new tax rate for the transfer of shares of stock. The declaration of state policy under Republic Act 8799 includes, among others, to encourage the widest participation of ownership in enterprise, enhance the democratization of wealth. It is similar to the objectives of this bill as provided in the committee report, which reads, to boost capital markets and investment competitiveness of the country. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Distinguished colleague.
Now, since this bill intends to boost investment competitiveness and the widest participation of ownership in enterprise by lowering the tax rate, am I correct to say that I heard the sponsor right, that currently only 1% of investors in traded or issued stocks are retail investors? Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
That's right. And when we say that there is a very extremely low retail investor percentage in the market, may I know if the sponsor is familiar with Securities and Exchange Commission Circular number 13, dated series of 27, entitled Rules and Regulation on Minimum Public Ownership on Initial Public Offerings?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, I have a vague knowledge of this, and I am willing to be educated on the salient provisions of the said order.
Mr. Speaker, I would be happy to share the whereas clause of SEC Circular number 13, series of 2017. Whereas clause number 6, which reads also, whereas a higher public ownership increases market depth and is essential for sustaining continuous market for listed securities to provide liquidity, which in turn attracts good quality and long-term investments. May I know if the sponsor is familiar with the phrase public float?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, yes, I am quite familiar with the term public float.
Mr. Speaker, under the same SEC circular, public float is defined as public float of a company shall refer to the portion of the issued and outstanding shares that are freely available and tradable in the market, applicable to our current bill, and are non-strategic in nature, or those not meant for the purpose of gaining substantial influence on how the company is being managed. Since this bill House Bill number 9227 involves reducing the tax rate for the sale, barter, or exchange of shares of stock listed and traded through the local exchange or through initial public offering. May I know, in plain and simple language, what does listed or traded mean? The sponsor can speak in the vernacular para mas maintindihan po ng pangkaraniwang Pilipino na gustong sumali sa pag-trade at pagbenta ng mga shares of stock sa ating local exchange.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. Yun pong publicly traded company po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, ay yung mga korporasyon or organization na nakapag-decide po sila na gamitin yung instrument ng stock market po natin para makapag-raise o makapagpundar ng capital po para sa kanilang negosyo. Ang ginagawa po nito ay, kunwari isang korporasyon ay may mga shares o kaya bahagi na gusto nilang ipamahagi sa publiko. Ino-offer po ito at a certain price at ito'y binibigyan ng justification ng kumpanya kung saan gagamitin kung sakaling ang public o si Juan de la Cruz or si Maria Santos wishes na bumili ng parang bahagi. Bahagi po kasi ito ng kumpanya na kanilang binibenta sa publiko. At kung si Juan de la Cruz or si Maria believes na sila ay naniniwala sa objective ng kumpanya nito, ay maaari nilang bilhin ang portion ng stock po na ito. In exchange po, yung perang binigay nila ay gagamitin ng korporasyon para sa intended maging expansion po ito sa operations, pagpapalago ng kanilang corporation. So yun po yung ibig sabihin ng public trading po.
Tama po, Mr. Speaker. And let me tie up the things we have been discussing. Kasi ang nais ng bill is to boost investment competitiveness and achieve the widest participation of public ownership. Kaya po, binababa natin ang tax rate ng transfer of shares of stock through an initial public offering or traded through the local exchange. Sa ngayon po, would the sponsor know kung ano ang average minimum public float ng mga publicly traded companies para malaman natin kung sino ba talaga ang makakabenepisyo nitong pagbaba ng tax rate sa pag-transfer ng shares of stock o pagbenta through an initial public offering.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, ang minimum public float po for a corporation po ay 20%. So kung bibigyan ko lang po ng halimbawa, distinguished colleague, ay kung ang isang korporasyon ay sabihin natin may 100 shares.
Yeah, I know. I get your point. What I'm trying to drive at is, if you look at the newspaper every day, under the business page, it's always on page B2 of the Star newspaper. Makikita mo lahat ng activity ng Philippine Stock Exchange and all the companies publicly listed and traded. Magbigay na lang po tayo ng halimbawa, katulad ng ICTSI. Nakaka-comply ba ang ICTSI, BDO, BPI, SM Prime, GT Capital, Metrobank ng minimum public float which is required under SEC Memorandum Circular Number 13, Series of 2017?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, based on our current information, these companies mentioned comply po with the minimum public float.
And the minimum public float is 20%.
That is correct.
Is it also correct to say na marami pa din pong ibang kumpanyang hindi nakakomply ng minimum public float? Meron pa po ba?
1 minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Ray, 2 minutes. Linis ko lang para sa iyo.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, to the question of the distinguished colleagues, there have been recorded a few companies that who do not comply po with the minimum public float are suspended from public trading.
I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Speaker. In the billions of pesos traded every day in the Philippine Stock Exchange, our minimum public float is only 20%, and some have not yet complied. When we say that we want to reduce the tax rate for the sale or exchange of shares of stock through IPO or traded through the local stock exchange, to whom does the tax pertain? Who pays for the tax under the bill?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, the tax right now is to be borne by the seller.
The seller or the issuer?
Yes,
Is that
issuer.
correct? Yes. And am I correct to say that the issuer, in terms of initial public offerings, are multi-billion companies that have a capitalization in the billions of pesos? Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, they normally wish to access the capital markets if they wish to marshal such large capitals. But no company is prohibited from using the stock market, even if it is not necessarily in the billions. Mr.
I agree.
Speaker, distinguished colleague.
But when you issue or become an issuer in an initial public offering, while you are required to pay or to pay 1%, 1/10 of 1%, you are also gaining billions of pesos in return for doing an IPO. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
What we're trying to drive at, Mr. Speaker, is that with a retail investment rate of just 1%, and reducing the tax rate for a multi-billion company, hindi lang po nawawalan ng tax collection ang ating bansa, nakakabenepisyo pa ito sa mga kumpanya na sila ang nag-i-issue o sila ang seller ng multi-billion IPO or multi-billion sale of shares of stock in the Philippine Stock Exchange. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
Mr. Speaker, it appears that while the bill benefits public interest, if we look deeper, as I said earlier, it may enrich the already rich companies doing IPOs and benefit to a minimum the 1% retail investor who sell or trade their shares of stock in the stock exchange. May I know if the sponsor will consider reducing the tax rate for sale or exchange of shares of stock for retail investors and retain the existing 0.6% for IPOs done by multi-billion corporate.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, for clarification po, when a company wishes to use the public offering to generate capital through an IPO, it is clarified that there is no longer an IPO tax on these companies that wish to initiate an initial public offering.
So this tax pertains now only to sale, exchange, or barter of shares of stock listed or traded through the local stock exchange, no longer IPOs.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And for companies or for traders in the Philippine Stock Exchange, would you have data? Would you confirm the data that it's only 1% retail investors ang nagte-trade, sale, or barter sa stock exchange every day? So it's still a block sale for traders. Pag tinignan mo, most active, top gainers, top losers, hindi retail investors itong mga to. Is that correct?
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, when we mentioned that it is 1%, we are talking of just 1% of the total population of Filipinos who transact in the local stock exchange. And this could include Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, if we will look at this, the current 2022 data shows that the retail, yung 1% po of all the investors in the stock exchange, 98% of that 1% are retail investors or individuals po. And then 1.88% ang institutional or corporate ang investors po sa stock exchange, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague.
I am with the sponsor in the objective of the bill that we want to boost investment competitiveness, like Vietnam, Taiwan, and Singapore. But I also want to see the declaration of state policy that we want the widest participation in ownership. I hope that reducing the tax rate for the sale, transfer, and exchange of shares of stock will have a corresponding effort on the part of the state to have its benefits trickle down to the retail investors and to improve or increase retail investment percentage in the Philippine Stock Exchange para hindi lang ang mga institutional investors at mga brokers ang makakagain nitong batas natin para sa kabutihan ng ating bansa. But truly, as provided under the Securities Regulation Code, we will have the widest participation of ownership and enhance the democratization of wealth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no more questions for the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished colleague.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Manuel of... hold on.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw that motion.
Proceed.
Suspend.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 9277.
There's a motion to suspend consideration 9277. Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is thereby granted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Rules, to which was referred resolution of both houses, number 7, entitled, a resolution of both houses of Congress proposing amendments to certain economic provisions of the 1987 Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines, particularly on Articles 12, 14, and 16, decided in its regular meeting held on February 20, 2024, to recommend to the House for it to constitute itself into a committee of the whole to consider resolution of both houses, number 7. Pursuant to Rule 19, Sections 139 and 140 of the Rules of the House, I move that the House be constituted into a committee of the whole to consider said resolution.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, consequently, I move to designate the Honorable Speaker of the House, the Honorable Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez as chairperson, Majority Leader Manuel Jose Manix Delipe as Senior Vice Chairperson, Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Don Gonzalez Jr., and Deputy Speaker David J.J. Suarez as Vice Chairpersons, Deputy Majority Leader Neptali Gonzalez II as Floor Leader, and Deputy Majority Leaders, yours truly, Janet Garin, Lawrence Defensor, and Marlene Primicias Agabas as Assistant Floor Leaders of the Committee of the Whole.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, for the information of the body, the Committee of the Whole shall commence its proceedings tomorrow, Wednesday, February 21, 2024, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon at the plenary hall of the House of Representatives.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Duly noted, Wednesday, February 21, 2024, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon plenary hall of this House. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for a few minutes suspension.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up admin matters.
Please proceed. Admin matters.
Mr. Speaker, I move to include the following members as principal authors of resolution of both houses number 7. The Honorable Yasser Alonto Balindong, the Honorable Roberto Puno, the Honorable Christine Singson Mihan, the Honorable Camille Villar, the Honorable Raymond Democrito Mendoza, the Honorable Vincent Franco Duque Frasco, the Honorable Antonio Tonipet Albano, the Honorable Jose S. Aquino II, Honorable Jardine Jesus Romaldo, Honorable Luis Raymond Villafuerte Jr., Honorable Brian Raymond Yamsuan, the Honorable Albert Garcia, Honorable Johnny T. Pimentel, the Honorable Leandro Jesus Medrona, the Honorable Robert Ace Barbers, Honorable Michael Jan Duavit, Honorable Wilfredo Mark Enverga, the Honorable Elizalde Co, the Honorable Yeda Marie Romaldes, Honorable Jude Asidre, Honorable Tobias Reynald Chanco, Honorable Angelica Natasha Co, the Honorable Ferdinand Alexander Marcos, and the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. There is a motion to include the following members as stated. Is there no objection? The chair hears none. Such motion is thereby approved.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
I move to designate the following members to the Bicameral Conference Committee on disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 8327 and Senate Bill number 2449 on the restructuring of the Philippine National Police. Number 1, Representative Dan Fernandez. Number 2, Representative Romeo Acop. Representative Celso Regencia. Representative Jorge Bustos. Representative Marcelino Libanan. And finally, Representative Bonifacio Bosita. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. There is a motion to designate the following members as stated. Is there no objection? The chair hears none. Motion is thereby to designate them is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to our rules, I move to recommit House Bill number 9784 under Committee Report number 933 to the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development for perfecting amendments. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to recommit. Is there any objection on House Bill 9784 and the committee report number 933 to said committee? Any objection? Hearing none. Motion approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session until 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon,
Session
February
is
21, 2024, Mr. Speaker.
Session is suspended. 3 o'clock, February 21, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.